Perez told his story. About finding the silver earrings and bangle in the wooden box, while he was searching the pund before finding Jane's body. About the implications of their disappearance. "What does your father say about it?" Sandy had lit another cigarette. "Nothing. I've not asked him." "Maybe you should. You could have got the whole thing wrong. Do you not think you could be jumping to conclusions? I wasn't sure how that would look, if we were to charge him." "Bollocks!" Sandy blew smoke into the cold air, watching it rise above him. "You're not saying the man's a murderer?" "No." That at least was something Perez had discounted almost immediately. His father had been at Springfield when Angela Moore had been killed, and if he'd stabbed Jane Latimer to prevent her from talking about his affair, he could have taken the jewellery out of the wooden box then. Besides, the show with the feathers wasn't his style. "Then charging doesn't come into it," Sandy said. "That if he knew the woman, then he might have something useful to tell you. It would be wrong not to ask him about her. He's an important witness." "He's tampered with a crime scene," Perez said. "Perverted the course of justice." "Maybe," Sandy said, "if you have got this right, he's trying to save his marriage." He paused. "And his son. From embarrassment." They sat in silence and watched a huge orange sun rise over the sea beyond Sheep Rock. In the distance, there was the sound of an approaching plane. Perez went to the airstrip to watch the plane arrive. It must have left Tingwell at first light, and it certainly wasn't a regular scheduled flight. He met Dougie Barr, the fat birder, on his way. The man was flushed, despite the cold, and out of breath. "I've just been up to Golden Water," he said, the words coming out in short, painful bursts, "to check that the Swan's still there." "And is it?" After a night of anxiety about his father, Perez saw the bird-watchers now as an amusing distraction. He'd always found the obsession of these men faintly ridiculous. He realized that they were mostly men. Angela Moore was a rarity. "Yes, just where it went to roost yesterday evening." "You'll take them straight up to the north end and then back to the plane? No detours, otherwise the flights will be stopped." "I've explained all that to them." They both stepped off the track to allow Dave Wheeler to drive past. There were still signs on the airstrip of the preparations for the emergency flight the night before. Piles of ash where the fires had been lit, scorched grass. The plane circled the strip and came in low to land, smooth and easy. Tammy Jameson's wife turned up, not in the van, Sandy was still using that, but in a gold Ford Capri, with the wheel arches eaten away by rust. She parked just where Perez was standing and wound down the window. She was a Fettler woman. She and Tammy had met at school. "Glad to have Tammy out with the boat?" Perez asked. "Aye, he's like a bear with a sore head if he doesn't get on the water every week. And I'm glad of the peace. I love him to bits, but we all need some time on our own." "Anyone you know coming in on the flight?" She grinned. "Nah, I'm here as a taxi. Morris phoned last night to ask if I'd give the bird-watchers a lift to the north end and bring them back. I'll be at it all morning, it seems, a kind of shuttle. He said they'd pay, and it'll be something towards the holiday fund." Perez thought Morris must be slipping back into his role of field centre administrator. Perhaps Jane's death had forced him to pick up the reins again. Or maybe Rona Lang had something to do with it. Few men would have the nerve to stand up to her, and Morris had always taken the easy course. Almost immediately, after thinking about the fiscal, his mobile rang, and her name flashed onto the screen. "Jimmy? Where are you?" "At the airstrip, seeing the first lot of bird-watchers in." He watched them climb out of the plane, laden with telescopes, tripods, and cameras. Dougie shepherded 4 of them into the waiting car. Even from where he stood, he could sense their excitement. They stuffed their equipment in the boot and piled into the back. Dougie took the front seat. "You can start walking up the road," he said to the remaining 4. "We'll pick you up as soon as we've dropped this lot off." "Jimmy?" The fiscal, impatient, waiting for an answer. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said." "I fixed a time for the press conference. 2 o'clock in the hall." Perez couldn't hear what else the fiscal had to say, because the plane rolled past him on its way to take off. He supposed the aircraft was doing a shuttle too. It would bring another lot of birders in and take out the folk already here. "Sorry?" he said again. "Could you repeat that?" "I'd like you there, Jimmy, at the press conference." He sensed her growing irritation. She was used to getting an immediate response. "How are the reporters getting in?" "We've arranged one special charter. The rest will come on the boat. I'm hoping we'll have got rid of most of the day-tripping birdwatchers by then." He thought she'd choreographed the whole procedure very well. "Well, Jimmy?" "Sorry?" "You will be at the press conference." Yes," he said. "Yes, of course." In the North Light, they were eating breakfast. Dougie was missing, but all the other suspects were there. The Fowlers, Hugh Shaw, Ben Catchpole, Morris Parry. Perez stood at the door watching them before they noticed he was there. "One of you is a murderer." They all looked so ordinary, so unthreatening, that the idea seemed a ridiculous exaggeration. Again Sarah Fowler had taken up Jane's place in the kitchen. Now Poppy had gone. She was the only female long-term resident left. Perez wondered what Fran would make of the assumption that she'd do the cooking. But he saw that she'd taken over the role with enthusiasm. The desperation of the night before seemed to have dissipated. She stood behind the counter, just as Jane had done, sliding bacon and fried eggs from the warm tray onto plates, looking up occasionally to talk to the other guests. Again, he wished he could find a way of understanding her better. What lay behind her switches in mood? Of course, last night they'd all seemed to be in a state of shock. This morning it was as if they'd determined to ignore the violence and continue as normal. Perhaps the fact that Jane's death had occurred away from the centre made that more possible. "Would you like some breakfast, Inspector? Or coffee?" Sarah Fowler had seen him and called him over. "Coffee," he said, "please." "So, you're left doing all the work." "I'm much better having something to do. Really, there's no need to organise anyone else to cook. I'd prefer to be busy." There was no sign of Vicky or the fiscal in the dining room. "You've just missed your colleagues," Sarah said. "They took the Field Centre Land Rover." "To the pond, to collect Jane's body, then to the helicopter landing pad near the South Light." He nodded, took his coffee, and sat at a table next to Morris. "Poppy went out okay with the shepherd?" "Yes." Morris was tidier than Perez had seen him for a while. Had he shaved before seeing his daughter onto the boat? Made a last effort to hold things together for her sake? Or was it the Rona Lang effect again? "In the end, she seemed quite reluctant to go," Morris went on. "She said she was worried about me." He looked up. "Did you get in touch with Jane's relatives?" "Her sister," Perez said. "Jane's parents are quite elderly. The sister will pass on the news to them." He looked over to the birdwatchers on the other side of the table. "Why aren't you at Golden Water with that American swan?" "The work of the Field Centre has to go on. We're not all on holiday." Ben flushed, and Perez wondered what had provoked such an angry response. Did he resent the plane loads of birders tramping across the island? Fair Isle isn't just about rarities, despite people like Dougie. We're doing real science here. Of course. Perez drank his coffee. I've walked round the traps, and now I'm going to do the hill survey. Without Angela, someone has to keep things going. If you're up on Ward Hill, you'll have a good view of the pond. So? Another flash of anger and defiance. I wondered if you were there yesterday. Someone was out on the hill, and you might have seen something. I was on the hill in the morning. Jane was still in the lighthouse then. Ben stood up and walked out, almost flouncing, tossing his red hair like a young girl. Poppy had gone, but it seemed Ben had taken her place as token petulant teenager. We're all rather short-tempered, I'm afraid, John Fowler said. It's the stress. You mustn't take it personally. On the table beside him lay a notebook, the top page covered in squiggles of shorthand. Again, Perez suspected his motives. Would all this become an article in a grand Sunday newspaper? It would make a good story. He could see that. The group of witnesses gathered together in the same building on a windswept isle, wondering which of their number was a murderer. The journalist muttered something about helping his wife and wandered into the kitchen. Hugh said he'd go to Golden Water. It would be a good chance to catch up with his friends, and he might as well make the most of his moment of glory. Perez and Morris were left alone. She was gay, you know, Morris said suddenly. Then, when Perez didn't respond immediately, Jane Latimer. She was gay. Probably not relevant. And it didn't make any difference to me, but I thought I should tell you. Was it something she discussed? She didn't make a big deal of it, but it wasn't a secret. She talked occasionally about her partner, her former partner. She works in the media, television, film, something like that. Did she form any relationships while she was here? Not to my knowledge. But then I might not have known. She would have been discreet. It seems unlikely, though. We don't get many single women staying at the North Light. Perez thought Sandy would be excited by this revelation. He would find it significant. But Perez didn't believe that Jane was the primary victim in this case. She was killed for what she knew and what she had guessed, not for who she was. Outside, there was the sound of an engine, and through the long window he saw the helicopter arriving to take the dead woman back to the mainland. There would be no dramatic send-off for her, but he thought she would have preferred it that way. Chapter 27. Dougie looked at his watch. Another 20 minutes, and he'd have to get this last load of birders back to the airstrip. One lot had already gone. They were all experiencing the post-tick high, not really looking at the bird anymore. They'd been concentrated enough when they'd first arrived, staring through telescopes, taking notes, drawing sketches. Then everyone had been whispering. Now they turned up the volume. They were laughing, catching up on the news, sending texts and photos to friends not lucky enough to be there, gripping them off. Hugh was in the centre of them. You'd have thought it had been him and not Dougie who'd found the swan. And because he'd been the second to see it, his name would be in the British Birds Rarity Report too. Dougie resented that. Soon the plane would be in. In the distance, he thought he could hear Tammy's car on the return trip to collect them. That was a relief. He felt responsible for getting the newcomers down the island on time. It was all very well Hugh holding court with his stories. Everyone wanted to hear about the murder, and Hugh was happy enough to oblige. But it would be Dougie who'd get the blame if they weren't on the airstrip when the plane landed. If Angela had been here, she would have laughed at him. "For fuck's sake, Dougie boy, lighten up a bit." She'd laughed at him a lot, about his obsession with being on time, the boring nature of his job, taking himself too seriously. But she'd taken herself seriously, Dougie thought, at least when it came to her work. The gold Capri driven by Sally Jameson appeared round the corner, and a sort of cheer went up. There were comments about the rust and the smell, but none of them would have wanted to walk. The group started to move away from the edge of the pool towards the road. The Shetland birders would be glad to get back to Lerwick, to lunch in a bar, and a few beers to celebrate. The rest had to make their way south. Dougie walked behind them. He turned for a last look at the swan. It stretched its wings, ran over the water to take off, and sailed into the air. He expected it to circle and return to the water. It had done that a number of times since it had settled on golden water. But it flew high into the air and disappeared to the north. The birders fell silent and watched it until it was out of sight. They knew it wouldn't return now. Chapter 28. The hall was very warm. Rona must have arranged for the heating to be turned on, and the sunlight was flooding in through the windows, reflecting on the camera lenses, picking up a swirl of dust in one corner. Chairs had been unstacked and set out in rows. The fiscal stood with Perez at the front of the room. He was still distracted by the thought that he should confront his father. The Good Shepherd had arrived back into Fair Isle, and he couldn't put it off much longer. But Perez was already having doubts. What if Sandy was right, and he was misreading the whole situation? What if he accused his father of adultery, only to find he'd made a huge mistake? The man would never speak to him again. Rona took the press conference. She read out the statement she'd prepared in the lighthouse while they were eating lunch. The news of the second murder came as a surprise to most of the reporters. The helicopter had come in and out with Jane's body before they'd arrived. There was a gasp, almost of glee, when she gave the facts in her dry, measured voice. Perez supposed he couldn't condemn the press for enjoying the drama of the story. Many of the Fair Isle folk had reacted in the same way. It was as if the little community at the North Light were a living soap opera, being played out for the audience's enjoyment. The fiscal looked around the room, squinting a little against the sunlight. "Are there any questions?" A big man, wearing an old Barber jacket, raised his hand. Perez didn't recognize him. He must have come in from the south. "2 women dead on an island this size. I'd not have thought it'd be hard to track down the killer. Why has it taken so long to make an arrest?" The fiscal stared at him icily. "I've explained about the unusual situation here. The weather prevented the usual forensic support. We have every expectation that an arrest will be made shortly. Will you be calling in the serious crime squad from Inverness? I have every confidence in the local officers, assisted by the specialist search team that arrived from the mainland today. Of course, should it become necessary, we'll ask for additional support." No pressure, then, Perez thought. He understood the subtext of her words. "Sort this quickly, or we'll take the case away from you." 2 days ago, that wouldn't have bothered him. He'd have been glad to hand it over and take Fran away from the Isle. Now his father seemed to be involved. If it came to light that he'd had a relationship with Angela Moore, the press would make his family's life a misery. A dark-haired young woman stood up. "Angela Moore was a celebrity. Do we know if she'd received unusual attention from any individual?" Again the fiscal took the question. Perez had only spoken to clarify a few points of fact. "Are you talking a stalker?" "No, we have no evidence of that." "Have Mrs. Moore's relatives been informed of all these circumstances surrounding the case?" A slight man, with prominent front teeth that made him look like a rat. Perez supposed the national press were already tracking down Archie Moore. Were they camping outside the run-down bungalow Bryn Pritchard had described? Perez imagined the old man sitting in the pub, taking drinks from reporters, talking about his famous, ungrateful daughter. This time he replied to the question before Rona could step in. "We have informed Mrs. Moore's father, but we still have to trace her mother. I'd be very grateful if she could contact me through Highland and Island Police." He was surprised by the camera's flashlight and felt foolish. There were no further questions. Perez thought the media wanted to be away from the island as quickly as possible. This might be a huge story for them, but they didn't want to be stranded on a lump of rock for the night. He thought they were less concerned about there being a murderer on the loose than the fact that there was no pub here. As they waited at the airstrip for the planes to come in, the main topic of conversation was where they could get their first drink. Rona Lang went out with them, pushed her way past the reporters to get on to the first plane back to Tingwell. Perhaps she'd rearranged her dinner date at the Buster House Hotel and wanted to get home in time to change. "Keep in touch, Jimmy." A little regal wave. No last-minute instructions. No insistence that he wrap up the case quickly. She realized he understood the pressure. Another couple of days and the press would be demanding that someone else, someone from the city, should take over. The second plane took off, just as it was getting dark. He watched it disappear across the horizon. Now all the day visitors had gone. Apart from the North Light residents, the only strangers on the island were members of the specialist search team. They would stay at least for another day. He decided to get home and speak to his father. The shepherd would have been long unloaded, and Big James would be at home in front of the television, waiting for the football results. Perez felt a brief moment of pleasure at the thought of disrupting the sacred household ritual of final score. He was walking down the track to pick up his borrowed car, and wondering where Sandy was, when his mobile rang. He was so certain that it would be Sandy, reporting on the results of the search, that he didn't check the screen, and was surprised to hear Morris. "Are you busy, Jimmy? Could you spare a few minutes?" Morris was waiting for him in the flat. The place was untidier than Perez had seen it. Untidier, certainly, than when he'd been there with Poppy the night before. Morris might have cleaned up his act for public appearance, but in private things were still falling apart. With Poppy gone, perhaps he no longer felt the need to put on a show. On the table in the living room there was an ashtray full of cigarette ends. Morris shrugged. "I'd given up. Angela hated it. Now—" He went into the kitchen and came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. "Have a dram with me, Jimmy?" "I'll drink alone if I have to, but I don't like it." Perez nodded. Had Morris called him back to the North Light just because he was lonely? He sipped the whiskey and waited. "The mail came in on the boat today," Morris said. "You know what it's like when the weather's been bad. You get a heap of the stuff, and most of it junk." Perez nodded again. "And some of it's for Angela?" "Of course. I should have realized it would be, but it threw me, seeing her name on the envelopes." "I'd like to take the mail with me, if that's okay," Perez said. He should have thought about it and asked Joanne at the post office to set Angela's mail to one side. "I'll bring it back." "Have you opened it?" "Not the letters addressed to her." Morris sounded shocked. "But there was something that worried you. That's why you phoned." "It was the bank statement." Morris stood up and pulled a sheet from the pile of paper on the table. "Our joint account. I don't understand it." "What don't you understand?" "I don't usually deal with our personal account." Of course, I managed the field centre budget, but most of our joint income came from Angela, from television and from her books. So really the joint account was always hers, and she dealt with it. Perez wondered what that might be like, to have a partner who earned so much more than you. It might happen to him, when Fran became really famous. He told himself that of course he'd be fine with it, but deep down he wasn't sure. And it occurred to him for the first time that Angela might have been quite wealthy. The couple had no real expenses, they lived rent-free, and the trust paid all their living expenses. Money was a powerful motive for murder. Morris was continuing. Angela went off for the day just before the weather closed in. A dentist appointment. She had dreadful toothache one night and arranged it urgently. The statement says she took £3,000 in cash from our joint account. Why would she have done that? Why would she want so much money? All we use cash for here is for the occasional drink at the centre bar, and maybe chocolate from the shop. Everything else is settled on account. Is the cash here? Has the search team been through the flat yet? Perez had asked it to start at the Pund and move on to the North Light. No. Now Morris just seemed confused. He still stood with his back to the window, looking in at Perez. Where would Angela have kept money? Handbag? Wallet? There had been no handbag in the bird room when the body was found. She used a small rucksack instead of a handbag, Morris said. Her purse would probably be in that. But he made no move to find it. Should we look? Perez spoke gently. Again he thought that Morris was managing to hold himself together to keep the field centre running. He was struggling to cope when he was alone. Where might the rucksack be? In this cupboard, with the coats. Morris was already on his feet, scrabbling through a pine cupboard that stood in the entrance to the flat. He threw out odd boots and shoes and emerged with the sack. By the time Perez got to him, it was too late to suggest that it should be bagged up and regarded as evidence. Morris squatted where he was and tipped the contents onto the floor. The burst of manic energy seemed to have left him drained, and he just sat, looking at the pile of objects on the carpet. Perez knelt beside him. There were scraps of paper, including a couple of till receipts, which Perez would look through later, a small diary, a packet of tissues, and a large leather purse. Morris saw the purse at the same time as Perez did and reached out for it before the detective could stop him. It was fat, with a wad of rolled notes. Morris counted them out. £350, he said, and a bit of loose change. What did she do with the rest of it? Maybe early Christmas shopping, Perez suggested. His mother always went into Lerwick in November to stock up. Most of the islanders bought presents online, but she said she enjoyed her trip out to the shops. As much as anything, it was a time to catch up with old friends. Angela! Are you joking? Angela didn't do Christmas. But we will, Perez thought suddenly. This year it'll be me and Fran and Cassie in the house in Ravenswick. He was ashamed then of thinking about his own happiness in the face of the man's misery. Morris looked up at him, his eyes bright and feverish. I need to find out what was going on here. I know I said I didn't care, but it's making me crazy. The speculation, the possibilities. It just goes round and round in my head. Perez replaced all the items in the bag. I'll take this with me too. It'll help me sort this out for you. It's probably got nothing to do with Angela's murder. All kinds of things come to light during an investigation. As soon as I know anything, I'll be in touch. He stood up. Morris remained on the floor, Perez bent down and carefully helped him to his feet. Sandy was using the bird room as an office, and Perez found him there on the phone. He must have been talking to one of his girlfriends, because as soon as he saw Perez, he ended the conversation quickly. "Did the search team come up with anything?" Perez asked. "Not yet. I need you to get back on the phone. Apparently Angela Moore went out to Lerwick to the dentist just over a week ago. Find out if she did see her dentist in town. I've got a feeling the toothache was just an excuse to allow her off the island. She also withdrew £3,000 in cash from the Royal Bank of Scotland. She wouldn't have been able to get that much from the hole in the wall. Talk to the cashier who served her. Did Angela mention why she needed that amount of cash? And see if you can track down what else she did that day. The cash doesn't seem to be here. What did she do with it?" Perez could have answered these questions himself. But he knew it would take him weeks to do it. He'd grown up in Shetland, but still he was considered something of an outsider in the town. People would be reluctant to talk to him about the trivial details that would help trace Angela's movements while she was off the Isle. Perhaps it was because he'd worked in a city in the south for part of his career. Perhaps because he came from Fair Isle. Sandy might be a Walsey man, but he was completely at home in Lerwick now. He had contacts everywhere. "I'll get onto it now." Sandy leaned back in his chair and looked up at Perez. "I might as well. There's nothing else to do. Did you know there isn't even a television for the guests here?" It was as if Perez had brought him to the edge of the world. Chapter 29. The next day was Sunday, and suddenly everything was still. All activity ceased. No planes filled with birdwatchers and media folk, no helicopters, no murder. Even the weather was quiet. The island woke to a clear, cold dawn. On the bank by the shop, the wind turbine was motionless. Perez asked Sandy to spend the day at the field centre. His role, to reassure the remaining residents and to continue taking statements about Jane Latimer. When Perez was a boy, Sundays on Fair Isle were sacred. Every week he was taken to church twice, once to the kirk and once to the Methodist chapel. Before he was born, the islanders had decided they couldn't live with sectarianism, and this was their way of dealing with it. Whatever denomination they'd been born into, they'd all go to both services, kids scrubbed, men in suits or fancy hand-knitted sweaters, women in skirts and proper shoes. Sunday was a day of rest then. There was no work on the croft, no fishing. It had been different for the women, of course. There had to be lunch, and the pans had to be cleaned. But they couldn't hang washing on the line, even if it was a good drying day, or the neighbours would talk. Perez took Fran to the morning service in the kirk. He knew it would make his mother happy to have them there, and he needed time for reflection, away from the investigation. Let Sandy take the lead for a while. He felt, too, that Fran should understand what living in the island was about. She still had romantic ideas of a harmonious community existence. He wasn't sure she'd stomach the part religion played in bringing about the cohesion, the sort of religion preached by his father at least. Thought of his father had been with him, reminding him of his cowardice since he'd woken up. Perez still hadn't confronted the man about his relationship with Angela Moore. The night before, the moment had never been quite right. Perez had got back to Springfield in time for a late supper, and the family had spent all evening together. To take his father outside and say he had something important to discuss would have alerted Mary. And even if she suspected anything about her husband and Angela, she would hate to think the relationship had become part of the inquiry. Over the meal, James had been jovial, a good host. Perez thought his father was probably relieved. He'd taken the jewellery from the pund and thought his secret was safe. What had he done with it? Thrown it out of the Good Shepherd on the way to the mainland? Or perhaps James was pleased Angela had died. The temptation to sin had been removed. They left early for the kirk because James would be preaching, and took the long way round by the road, because the ground was still sodden. Fran thought God was about as real as the tooth fairy. She came from a family of unbelievers, and to her, religious faith was incomprehensible. But today she behaved herself. She was soberly dressed in a long brown skirt and a little tweed jacket, brown leather boots. Just as they went in through the kirk door, she whispered to him, "I hope you know I'm only here because I love you, Jimmy Perez. You owe me." Then, after a quick grin, she followed Mary to her seat. Whenever they discussed religion, Perez always ended up agreeing with Fran. Stories and metaphors, that was the Bible. But in his gut, he couldn't dismiss his father's teaching so lightly. He'd grown up with the notion of sin and had spent his adolescence haunted by guilt. He thought guilt was like a tapeworm, living and growing inside him. They just sat down when John and Sarah Fowler came in. The congregation turned to look at them. Visitors were always welcome to services, but were something of a novelty. John beamed amiably around him, but Sarah still seemed tense. Perez thought she'd been most happy in the field centre kitchen. Away from the lighthouse, she seemed lost. His father took as his text Galatians 5:22, on the fruits of the Spirit. At first, Perez let the words wash over him. He was still thinking about the double murder, looking for connections between the women. He'd assumed at the beginning that Jane's death had come as a direct result of Angela's, but it wouldn't do to close his mind to other possibilities, to dismiss altogether an irrational killer targeting women. The team in Lerwick should do a more detailed check on the Northlight visitors and staff. Were there unsolved crimes of violence against women in the areas where the incomers lived? He felt in his jacket pocket for a pen so he could jot down a few notes. Then the meaning of his father's sermon seeped into his consciousness. Perez set down the pen and the scrap of paper and began to listen more carefully. As he laid the pen on the narrow shelf built into the seat in front of him, he saw his hand was trembling. Anger. It was all he could do not to walk out. James had moved on to talk about self-control, one of the fruits of the Spirit. It might be the last in the list, but it was by no means the least important. James leaned forward and repeated the words for emphasis. By no means. He turned over a sheet of paper on the lectern. James took his preaching seriously. He always made notes. In Proverbs, we learn that controlling one's own passions is harder than conquering a walled city fortress. A man must have mastery over his own behaviour. If he can't control himself, he'd be like the city after its walls are destroyed. Defenceless! The last word came out in a thundering roar, but seemed to have little impact on the audience, and James sought to find an image closer to home. Think how it would be if you're out in a small, flimsy kind of boat in the gale we've had in the last couple of days. Bad enough in something like the Shepherd, which is built for the job. But imagine one of those small dinghies the bands play in close to the shore in the mainland on summer days, and a force 10 wind battering into the hull. You'd be drowned by the waves, lost. The audience nodded then in understanding, and looked at their watches. 15 minutes. Big James never went on for much longer than that, and it seemed he was coming to a close. Without self-control, the other fruits of the Spirit would be impossible. Kindness, gentleness, patience, and peace. All those would be swept away and drowned by selfish desires and emotions. The music started, and they swung into a hymn. Sarah Fowler had a sweet voice and seemed to know the words. The couple were sitting just in front of them, and Perez could make it out over the rest of the congregation. Beside him, Fran was singing too, but she could never hold a tune. It was something they laughed about. After the service, the islanders stood outside in the sunshine and chatted. No talk of the murders. The conversation was about when the bands would get in from the Anderson High, a 60th birthday party to be arranged in the hall. Perhaps the Fowlers' presence constrained them. The couple stood for a moment, too, on the edge of the crowd rather awkwardly. Fran went up to talk to them. "Did you walk all the way from the North Light?" "It's a lovely day," John said. "And we wanted to get away for a while, I'm sure you understand." "I'll give you a lift back," Fran said. "That is okay, Mary. I can use the car?" Mary looked for James as if the decision wasn't hers to make. But Perez answered for her. "Sure, no problem. Take it. But come straight home, or you'll be late for lunch." He didn't like the idea of Fran without him at the lighthouse. He was still furious at his father's hypocrisy. How dare James preach about self-control? Perez thought he couldn't sit down for another meal with the man until the matter of Angela Moore had been discussed. Even if he'd got the whole thing wrong, if he made a complete fool of himself, he had to know. Mary hurried away after a few words with her friends. She had the meat to get into the oven. Fran went with her, followed by the Fowlers. She muttered to Perez as she went, "If I don't get out of these clothes soon, I'll almost believe I'm a Sunday school teacher or a member of the WI." "I'll hang on for my father," Perez said. "You don't mind?" "Of course not. You don't see him often enough." James was still playing at being minister, shaking hands and asking off to his flock. At last, the rest of the congregation drifted away and the two men were left in the bright autumn sunshine, their long shadows making strange shapes on the boggy grass. "That sermon." James turned to face him. They'd started to walk slowly away from the kirk. "Yes?" Pleased that his son was showing an interest. "I really don't know how you got the nerve." "What do you mean?" Big James's face was dark and impassive. No reaction other than a slight frown. "Did you show much control when it came to Angela Moore?" His father stopped suddenly in the road. What had Perez been expecting? Bluster and denial? A plausible explanation, which would make him seem ridiculous? Certainly not this stillness. He stopped too, waited for a moment for some response, then looked into the man's face. James was struggling to compose himself. There was no sign now of the fluent preacher, the spiritual leader of the island. James could find nothing to say. Perez waited. All his life he'd been scared of this man, and now his father was stuttering like a child caught in some petty mischief. "You're having an affair," Perez said at last. "No! You slept with her." "Once," James said, his voice high-pitched with stress. Then more controlled. "Yes, I slept with her once, but there was no sort of relationship. You gave her presents, jewelry. I fancied myself in love with her." The man paused. "But it was lost. I see that now." He began walking very quickly down the road. Perez followed until they were marching in step. "And what did my mother make of that?" She was happy, was she? That it was only lust? James stopped abruptly. You have no right to pry into another man's marriage. I have every right. Perez realized he was yelling so loudly that the back of his throat hurt. I'm investigating a murder, and you're a witness. You've corrupted the crime scene. Always the detective, aren't you, Jimmy? Can't you leave the police out of this for once? They stood for a moment staring at each other, the hostility sparking between them. All right, then, Perez said eventually. Let's leave the investigation out of it. For a while at least, let's keep it personal. All my life, you've given me the morality lecture, the guilt trip. Tell me how you justify sleeping with another woman. How can you live with yourself after that? With my head, I knew it was a shameful, stupid thing. But it was that woman. So you're blaming her? She forced you to have sex with her, did she? Perez felt the anger returning. He couldn't bear to see his father so cowed, so pathetic. The least he could do was take responsibility for what had happened. It was after a do at the North Light, James said. About this time last year, after all the visitors had left. A bit of a party, music. Jane put on a magnificent spread, a real sit-down supper. It was to thank the island for its support over the season. Angela claimed it was her idea, but I think Jane and Morris hatched it up between them. Go on. There were a few drams before the meal and wine with it. I'm not really used to wine. Perez said nothing. Let his father make his excuses. She took me into the bedroom, made a big show of locking the door behind her. Mother was still in the building? Perez interrupted, because he couldn't face hearing the details of his father and Angela Moore having sex. That was more information than he needed. But still he imagined it. The smell of wood and birds, the hard desk, the excitement and the urgency, the need to have it over before they were missed. And that was the only time? Perez asked. He supposed his father was right. One hurried encounter hardly counted as an affair. Fran and her London friends would probably dismiss it as a trivial mistake. I dreamed about it happening again, James said. I wanted it to. But it never did. You tried to persuade her? I made a fool of myself. I see that now. He looked at Perez. We chatted at parties before it happened, flirted a bit. I hadn't thought she would do that with me if she didn't care for me. Perez saw for the first time that his father was an unworldly man. Throughout his childhood, he thought of James as having great knowledge and experience. But of course his father had never lived away from the Isle. He'd been too young for national service, had never been to university. Angela would have found him an easy target. Perez found his anger was already starting to fade, replaced by the inevitable understanding. He didn't want to understand. That was for social workers, for weak, indecisive people who made excuses for criminal behavior. But he could never quite find it in him to condemn. Perez saw that as a failure, a kind of cowardice. Now he began to see how his father had been tempted. A long marriage, a life of routine, the rhythm of the croft, the boat, the kirk. And along had come a young woman, sexy and famous, appearing to find his father attractive. Of course he deluded himself. James continued. She was all games. This was a boring place for her. She needed more excitement in her life. I told her I loved her. Bought her presents. I suppose it was a kind of amusement for her. Maybe she was flattered by it. Did she ever talk about her other men? Silence. You must have known there were others." "It seems that I knew nothing about her." James paused, turned to Perez again, his face scarlet. "I told her I'd leave my wife for her." Just like Morris, Perez thought. He'd said all those things too. Had he come to his senses finally? Had he decided he could no longer live with a woman who made a fool of him? "And what did my mother make of all this?" Perez asked, keeping his voice cold and hard, because Mary had been tempted in the past too, but had never betrayed his father. "She forgave me," James said. "She said it might even have brought us closer together. We'll get over it in the end." Perez wondered how his mother could do that. James had made a fool of her. Surely no woman could forgive that. "She'll live with you, and even be happy with you. But she'll never forget what you did." Chapter 30. Driving north with the Fowlers after the church service, Fran found herself intrigued by the middle-aged couple. John was full of questions about her family and Perez, and why she decided to make her life on Shetland. And about her art. She was flattered that he'd seen her work, and could talk about it with such knowledge and enthusiasm, but found it odd to be the object of his attention. "Why all the questions?" she asked at last, laughing. "Are you planning to write a book?" "You never know. Perhaps one day I will. I'm interested in the nature of celebrity." Despite herself, she felt a thrill that he considered her famous. It was only when she was on her way home after dropping them off at the lighthouse that Fran realized Fowler's wife had hardly spoken at all. Fran had female friends who were much the same age as Sarah, but she could have belonged to a different generation. Fran's middle-aged London friends dressed flamboyantly, held strong opinions, laughed a lot. There was something almost Victorian about Sarah Fowler's dependence on her husband, in her anxiety and her timidity. After lunch, Fran and Perez went out for a walk. An island Sunday ritual, it seemed, because on their way north they met other families promenading in the sunshine. A middle-aged couple arm in arm, then a child with a bicycle wobbling, the stabilizers off for the first time, and a girl pushing a doll's pram, followed by their parents, all still dressed for church. Fran could tell that something had happened between Perez and James, but Perez wouldn't talk about it. Fran's parents were liberal, generous, easygoing. There'd been times as a teenager when she'd wished there'd been more rules, boundaries to batter against when she wanted to rebel, and to hold her up when she was floundering. She thought Perez's childhood had all been about rules, James's rules, and wondered what had happened now to shift the balance of power. Over lunch, James had seemed subdued, almost penitent. Earlier, she'd had a long telephone conversation with Cassie. "Not long now, sweetie. Only 2 more days till I'm back." Fran had decided she'd go out on Tuesday's boat as planned, whether the investigation was over or not. "I do miss you." She worried occasionally about whether she'd got the balance right in bringing up Cassie. Too many rules, or too few? Duncan let her get away with murder. The walk ended up back at the North Light, as Fran had known it would. Perez would want to talk to Sandy. He couldn't take a whole day away from the investigation. The place was quiet, the common room empty. In the kitchen they found Sarah Fowler scrubbing away at a roasting tin too grubby and too big for the dishwasher. She stood at the big sink, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, again wearing one of Jane's aprons. There were soap suds on one cheek. When she heard them behind her, she turned round, anxious for a moment. What is it with that woman? Fran thought. Does she enjoy playing the martyr? The pathetic little wifey? Then she thought, of course they'll all be jumpy. If I were staying here, I'd be just the same. Sarah gave a little smile. Your colleagues in the bird room? Perez nodded, but stayed where he was. How's everything going? Fine. Satisfied at last that the roasting tin was clean, she set it upside down on the draining board. Actually, it's a dreadful thing to say, but it seems more relaxed here without Angela and Poppy. She frowned. I miss Jane, though. Did you get a chance to talk to her much? Perez leaned against the workbench, inviting confidence. If I were a murderer, I'd confess to him, Fran thought. I wouldn't be able to help myself. I'd want so much to please him. A bit, Sarah said. She was a great listener. She didn't give away a lot about herself. You had no impression that Jane felt scared, threatened. Sarah gave herself time to think, squeezed out the dishcloth and hung it over the long tap. No, she said. Nothing like that. In the bird room, Sandy was talking on his mobile. Fran could tell it wasn't work. Some woman, she thought, confirmed when he began to blush. There was always some woman. Rushed off your feet, Sandy, Perez said. What have you got for me? Sandy kicked his legs off the desk and gulped the tea remaining in the mug in his left hand. Not much. I've talked to all the field centre residents now. Nobody admits to seeing Jane Latimer once she left the lighthouse on the day she died. Someone's lying, then, because one of them slashed her with a knife and left her bleeding. Could it not be one of the islanders? I mean, this bunch, they all seem kind of civilized. Watching Perez, Fran saw him jump in to reject the idea immediately, then reconsider. Someone staying in the field centre killed Angela Moore, he said. But you're right. It's important to keep an open mind. Anyone on the Isle could have murdered Jane. Is there anything from the search team yet? They haven't found the knife. Sandy shook his head. But then they wouldn't, would they? You'd just walk 100 yards and throw it over the nearest cliff. Who knew Angela kept the pond as a love nest? Ben Catchpole? And Dougie Barr? Not Hugh Shaw. He claims not. He admits he had sex with Angela Moore, but says it was either in the Land Rover or here in the centre. Fran tried to think herself inside the head of the dead warden. It had been Angela's dream to run this place, and she'd achieved her lifetime ambition before she was 30. What was left for her? A marriage of convenience, and the adoration of young men flattered by her attention and attracted by her celebrity. She must have been bored witless. Had she decided it was time to move on? She was sufficiently ruthless to walk away, leaving Morris and the other centre staff to make the best of it. It would have been different if she'd had a child, Fran thought. Everything would have been much more complicated then. Perez was still speaking. Fran thought both detectives had forgotten she was there. Usually Perez was careful about what he said in front of her. He knew she would never betray a confidence, but it was about sticking to the rules, doing the right thing. I wonder if I've been looking too hard for a motive. Maybe, after all, this is just a man who likes to kill women. Strong, competent women. It wasn't Fran's business, but she'd never been much good at being seen and not heard. Women who subvert the stereotype of femininity. Jane was a lesbian, and Angela a sexual predator. So they were both women who could appear threatening to men. At least Perez was taking her seriously. Sandy just looked confused. Come off it. You can't have any of the guys here as a psychopath. Why not? You've read the case histories and the profiles. Psychopaths are loners. They're all poorly educated weirdos. These people have degrees, wives, proper jobs. Perez gave a tight little grin. Not all of them. And maybe only the stupid ones get caught. We don't get to know about the bright ones. They get away with it. He looked down at Sandy. Have you found out what Angela was doing in Lerwick on the day off the Isle? Well, she didn't go to her dentist, nor any of the others in town. Have you checked the banks? Sandy grinned. You do know it's the weekend and they're all closed. But I know you have contacts, Sandy. Like that red-headed lass that serves behind the counter of Morris Parry and Angela Moore's bank? The one you brought to the staff party in the summer? Angela went into the Royal Bank of Scotland in the street and withdrew £3,000 in cash from their joint account. We know that. Give me something useful. Sandy shook his head. It was lunchtime. The place was busy, and there was a queue. There was no time to chat. She took most of the money in £50 notes, almost cleared the bank of big denominations. She folded them in half and put them into a pocket in her rucksack. He looked up at Perez. You did check all the pockets? What do you think? Then she walked out. She came home on the afternoon plane, Perez said. Where did she spend more than £2,500 in a couple of hours? Maybe she didn't spend it, Fran said. Maybe she had her own account with another bank and she put it into that. Cheques can take ages to clear. If she wanted the money to cover a cheque she'd already written, cash would have been more efficient. Perez turned back to Sandy. Can you check that out in the morning? Angela was seen again that day, Sandy said. About 2 PM in the street. Coming out of Boots. Who saw her? Just an old school friend of mine. That was her I was talking to on the phone when you came in. He grinned again. Fran wanted to put off their return to the south of the island and Perez's parents. She couldn't face Sunday tea, Sunday television, bland and boring conversation. She and Perez stood outside the centre, preparing for the walk back down the island, when she found a possible distraction. Have you ever been up the lighthouse tower? Once, Perez said, when I was a bairn. They had an open day and showed everyone round. Any chance we could have a look, do you think? That'd be an amazing view from the top. She saw he was considering the matter. There were times when she wanted to scream at him. Don't you ever do anything on impulse, Jimmy? What is it with the caution? If I hadn't proposed to you, I'd still be waiting. But it seemed that he too was in no hurry to rush home. Sure, if it's open. I know Bill Murray from the Coolin has a key. He holds it for the Northern Lighthouse Board. They come once a year to paint it and service the light. Won't Morris have access to it? In case of emergencies? Let's check if it's locked before we trouble him. She felt he was indulging her, as he might have done Cassie. There was a small arched door at the foot of the tower. The handle was stiff, but eventually it turned. Inside, a stone staircase spiraled around the outer wall. There was no light, except for the door that Perez had propped open, and that grew fainter as they climbed. And then from a small window further up. Fran felt the muscles in the backs of her legs strain and stopped for a moment to catch her breath. Ahead of her, Perez seemed not to feel the exertion. He continued, and must have reached the top and opened a door into the lens room, because suddenly the shaft of the tower was flooded with light. She followed him. She'd been right. The view was astounding, and the island was spread out beneath them like a three-dimensional map. The jagged forks of cliff made sense. The road twisted past the northernmost crofts, which he could now recognize by name. Even if we never come to live here, she thought, this is always going to be a special place for me. I kind of belong. She saw the Land Rover being used by the search team, making its way back to the field centre. Then, turning to the west, she saw Sheep Rock again, from a different and arresting perspective. She took a sketch pad from her bag and began to draw very quickly, her forehead pressed against the glass. "You don't mind the height, then?" Perez said. "After the plane, I thought you might have a problem with vertigo." She turned briefly to smile. "In the plane, I thought I was going to die. A reasonable fear in the circumstances." Perez looked briefly over the island, but soon turned his attention to the north and west. "You can see the lighthouse at Sombra Head, and the Fula Cliffs." Fran was so focused on her sketch that she hardly heard him. When she saw him again, conscious of a silence, a lack of movement, he was peering under the wooden bench that ran round the room under the windows. He must have sensed her looking at him. "What do you think that is?" "Don't know. A bit of rag." Her head was still full of the painting she was planning. She thought it might be her best work ever. Would it be possible to exhibit it before she gave it to James and Mary? White cotton, certainly. A pillowcase, do you think? You're thinking it might have held the feathers scattered over Jane's body? It's possible. Even the automatic lights are kept immaculate. The guys who come to check the working wouldn't have left that here. The search team haven't found the pillowcase yet, and I asked them to look. I'll get them up here to check the place out. Don't touch more than you have to now. There might be fingerprints. Fran expected Perez to climb immediately down the stairs to fetch Sandy and the other officers. But he didn't move. "I think the murderer has been up here spying," he said. "I wondered how he'd tracked down Jane to the pond. From here you can see everybody's movements, at least in the north half of the island. He knows exactly what we're all doing, and where we are." She reached out and took his hand. As they walked south again, the late afternoon sun was almost warm. Almost. They were still holding hands like 7-year-olds pretending to be grown up, exchanging a few words. All about themselves. How lucky they were to have found each other. Plans for the future. Sentimental stuff that had nothing to do with the investigation. Fran had assumed Perez would want to stay in the tower to supervise the search, but he decided to leave them to it. Fran was grateful for that. And for the knowledge that the murderer could no longer be up there, looking down at them. She felt ill whenever she thought that their intimate moments together could have been observed. Perez's phone hadn't rung all day. Too good to be true, Fran thought suddenly. "Is your mobile actually switched on?" His phone was a standing joke. "An alternative form of contraception," she said. "Always ringing at the most awkward time. Shit! I turned it off for the Kirk and forgot to switch it back on." He pulled a face, pressed a button. 5 missed calls. And the romantic walk through the warm autumn light was over. He was a cop all over again. "So tell me." The phone pressed against his ear with his left hand, scrabbling for a pen and paper with the other. They'd stopped, and he leaned the paper on a piece of dry stone wall. She squatted on a flat rock, looked back towards Sheep Craig, remembering the perspective of it from the tower, thinking again about the painting she'd make. His words were like background music in a bar. She heard them, but didn't take in the meaning. Perez scribbled on the paper, filled one side with his crabby, repressed writing, and turned it over. His questions weren't much more than promptings to persuade the caller to continue talking. "How long?" "So she would have known." Fran was thinking about the shadows formed by the different planes of the cliffs. In this light, the rock was almost pink. Perez ended the call and pressed the buttons again, listened to a message on his voicemail. The sun had disappeared behind Ward Hill. On Sheep Rock, the shadows had deepened. Another phone call. As the sun had set, the air grew colder. Fran stood up, stamped her feet, pulled her coat round her. Perez mouthed at her that he wouldn't be long. This time, there was a more even conversation. Perez asked questions and listened to answers. "What's she doing now?" Fran heard the indistinct reply, a woman. "Did she say when she last spoke to Angela?" Eventually the call was over. Complete silence. He took her hand again. "Don't ask," she told herself. "It's not your business." But Perez was talking anyway. The first call was the pathologist from Aberdeen with initial post-mortem results on Angela Moore. He focused on a hooded crow, flapping over a fence post. She was pregnant. About 8 weeks. She must have realized. "Maybe that's what she was doing in Boots," Fran said. "Buying a pregnancy test, a confirmation." For more than a year now, Fran had been broody. There were times when she was so desperate to feel a baby kicking in her belly that she thought any child would do. But the longing was also about Perez. She imagined a baby with black hair, strong limbs, a tight grip, looking like its father. She had brought up the subject with Perez, elliptically not wanting to put him under pressure. Of course, a child, he'd said. He wanted nothing more than that. But let's wait until after the wedding. The wedding night, if you like. And she'd agreed, because she understood his need for rules and order. And besides, how romantic would that be, to conceive on their wedding night? But the longing had become a quiet and aching frustration, always with her. Now she thought of the body she'd seen in the bird room, cold, the colour of putty. Inside it, a dead baby. Had Angela been feeling broody too? She'd been of an age when the most unlikely women can become obsessed with the notion of motherhood. "Morris had no idea," Perez said. "I'm sure of that." "Are you?" "I don't feel I know him at all. And it might not be his child." "I suppose it's a motive," Perez said uncertainly. "Though we don't know she was planning to keep it. Perhaps the trip south was something to do with that." "She wasn't drinking at the party," Fran said. "I noticed. Wondered if she had some rule about drinking on duty. If she was planning a termination, why would it matter?" The colour had seeped out of the landscape. They walked together down the middle of the road. "Another piece of news," Perez said. "Morag has tracked down Angela's mother." Chapter 31. Back in Springfield, Perez spoke on the telephone to Angela's mother. He wished he could go to visit her, but she was still living in the southwest of England, a small village in Somerset. She was called Stella Monkton. Perez didn't know if she'd remarried after her divorce from Archie, or gone back to using her maiden name. She had the same sort of accent as Ben Catchpole, the assistant warden in the field centre. Soft, round vowels, but educated. Perez could tell that. There was precision in her words. She made everyone count. "You didn't see about your daughter's death in the media?" He was still surprised that it had taken Morag to find her, that the woman hadn't approached them for details. "I belong to a choir," she said. "There was a week's music school in Brittany. It was rather a wonderful experience, and in the evening, the last thing one wanted was to look at the television news." He was curious about her work, how she'd earned her living after running away from her husband, abandoning her child, and she told him without his having to put the question. "I work in a school for children with special needs. I was fortunate that the trip with the choir happened in half-term. I understand that Angela has made contact again with you recently." There was a moment of silence. "Look, Inspector, I find this extraordinarily difficult to discuss over the telephone. Would it be possible to come and see you there? I'd very much like to see where Angela lived and died. I've looked at the possibility of travelling up. I could get to Shetland tomorrow lunchtime if I leave Bristol on the first plane to Aberdeen. Perhaps you could meet me there? There's a small plane into Fair Isle tomorrow afternoon, if you'd like to come to the field centre. Perez wondered briefly what the woman would make of the ride, hoped the weather stayed fine. I can book you on to that. Another silence. Thank you, Inspector. That would be very kind. Then, although it was Sunday, he called Vicky Hewitt, using the private number she'd given him in her message on his mobile. What have you got for me, Vicky? It's about those feathers, the ones on the first body, not the stuff emptied from the pillows over James Latimer. What about them? I got them to an expert. Some he's pretty sure he can identify. They are kittiwake feathers, herring gull, a couple from waders. He's fairly certain they're curlew, but he'd like to do a DNA test to be completely sure. Another from a swan. All those you'd find on the island, Perez said. But he didn't think there'd been whooper swans yet that autumn. The only swan he'd heard about was the rare one that had caused all the fuss, and Angela had been dead when that was discovered. Can you get your chap to get a DNA test on the swan too, he said. Pin down the exact species. It'll come out of your budget. He thought he really didn't care. Back in the small bedroom in the roof, he went through the letters that had been addressed to Angela. He looked at them quickly the evening before, after Morris had handed them over. Most of the mail was junk, circulars and advertising. There was a letter from her publisher, but it seemed designed to give away as little information as possible. I agree we should meet to discuss the matter. Perhaps you could let me know when you're planning to come south. Perez made a mental note to talk to the editor the following day. Then there was a thick white envelope containing a set of train tickets. First class advance, National Express, from Aberdeen to London, dated the beginning of November. Had Angela already made an appointment to meet the publisher? The letter was so delayed that it was possible. Or maybe there was another reason altogether. Perhaps Morris would know. Later, he drove back to the North Light. There'd been a proper Sunday high tea, cold meat and salad, followed by one of his mother's fruitcakes. Although the letters had come in on the recent boat, it was still limp and unappetizing. Fran seemed content enough to stay in Springfield, though she'd given him a wistful look when he said he had to go back to work. She'd brought out her sketchbook and made notes in charcoal. Now she was roughing out a drawing, oblivious to songs of praise in the background. He went straight to Morris's flat, using the staff door through the kitchen. He didn't want to get caught up in a conversation with the guests until he'd talked to Angela's husband. In the flat the television was on, too, this time football. Morris got up and switched it off when Perez came in. His response to the knock had been a shout to come in. There was the inevitable bottle of whiskey and a glass on the table. "Will you join me, Jimmy?" Morris nodded towards it. Then, "Don't look at me like that, man. I'm not drunk, but I find it helps dull the edges a bit. Now Poppy's gone, what does it matter?" "Maybe a small dram," Perez said, and Morris went off to find another glass. "What about Angela?" Perez said. "Did she like to take a drink?" "Red wine. That was her tipple. And lots of it, if the mood took her." "But not recently," Perez said. "At our engagement party, for example. She didn't have a lot to drink then." "What are you saying, Jimmy? Where is all this lading?" Morris wasn't drunk, but, as he'd said, the hard edges were blurred, his thoughts a little slow and fuzzy. "I spoke to the pathologist today," Perez said. He paused to make sure he had the man's attention. "Angela was pregnant." Morris blinked at him. "You didn't know?" Slowly Morris shook his head. She'd arranged to go south, Perez persisted. I was wondering maybe for an abortion. But if she'd stopped drinking, was looking after herself, that doesn't quite make sense. Morris looked up. The baby wasn't mine. I had a vasectomy years ago. Maybe you should talk to the father. The first hint of bitterness since Angela had died. Who would that be? Perez asked. Who should I talk to? Maybe you should look close to home, Jimmy. Big James followed my wife around like a lovesick puppy. Then he shrugged, a sort of apology for loading his pain onto the other man. No, it couldn't be him. If anything happened there, it was nearly a year ago. A more recent admirer, then? Oh, they all admired her, Morris said. And who could blame them? The more difficult question is, which of them might she have fallen for? Enough to carry his child. I didn't think she cared for any of them that much. It could have been a mistake, an accident. Angela didn't make those sort of mistakes, Jimmy. I found the morning after pill in her bag once. Not a maternal bone in her body, Perez said. That's how you described it to me, so I did. But perhaps biology overtook her in the end. Perhaps she decided she wanted a child even if she couldn't have one with me. Angela was used to getting what she wanted. Perez looked at the man. He didn't seem as astonished by the news of Angela's pregnancy as Perez had expected. Had there been signs? Sickness? After all, he'd had 3 children of his own. Had he guessed she was carrying a child but not asked, not really wanting his suspicions to be confirmed? Or was the information just too much for him to take in? I wonder if Jane guessed that Angela was having a baby, Perez said. Jane had been observant. Nothing much happened in the field centre without her knowing about it. If Jane had worked this out, could it be a reason for her death? Did Jane drop any hint about it to you? Maybe after Angela died? No! It came out as a shout. Morris held up his hands. I'm sorry, Jimmy, but I didn't know Angela was pregnant. He hadn't drawn the curtains, and Perez looked out into the darkness. There were the lights of a ship, a big tanker from the shape of it, moving steadily south. Morris had turned his body away, as if to make clear that the discussion was over. It was time for Perez to leave. We've traced Angela's mother. No reaction. She's coming into Fair Isle tomorrow. I booked her onto the afternoon plane. He paused, but still Morris gave no sign that he'd even heard. I think she'd like to meet you. But that's your decision. At last, Morris turned his head. Of course I'll meet her. You'll have to make the arrangements. Will you, Jimmy? You'll bring her here. Why had Angela booked train tickets to go from Aberdeen to London at the beginning of November? It seems she had a meeting with her publisher, but do you know what that was about? No. It seems to me now that I didn't know anything about her. She was my wife, but she could have been a stranger. He looked up at Perez, now obviously expecting him to leave, but still Perez sat where he was. Is the lighthouse tower always kept unlocked? Of course not, Jimmy. It'd be a health and safety nightmare. We have kiddies staying here in the summer. You couldn't have them running up and down the stairs, tampering with the light. But I found it unlocked this afternoon. Morris shrugged. Is it important? It could be. Did you have a key here? There was a pause. Morris looked up from his whiskey. It was kept with a big bunch, on the hook in the larder. The same one as the key to the birdroom? Yes. But we never used most of them. but anyone staying in the centre would know where they were kept. Only if they'd asked Jane. She was the keeper of the keys. Then Perez thought at last he'd found a motive for the cook's murder. She'd known the killer had been in the tower. Had he hidden something else there? They sat for a moment in silence. "Were you never tempted to go up there?" Perez asked at last. "To see where Angela was going? To see who she was with? You'd get a view from there of everything that was going on." Morris set the glass down so violently that some of the liquid spilt onto the polished table. "You don't get it, do you, Jimmy? I didn't want to know where she was going or who she was meeting. As long as she came home to me every evening, I didn't care." Sandy was in the common room drinking beer, talking to the three single men. Perez hoped Sandy realised he was in the North Light to work. This wasn't a few days' unofficial leave from the routine of the office. Immediately he decided that the thought was unfair. These days the Walsay man took his job seriously. No one would be better than Sandy at getting these men to discuss Angela Moore and her relationships. Perez helped himself to a Coke at the bar and slipped some money into the honesty box. He took a seat just outside the circle of chairs. There was a pyramid of empty beer cans built on the coffee table in the middle. Hugh Shaw was at the end of a story, something about a bird watcher in a brothel in Tashkent. He nodded to acknowledge Perez's presence and continued to the tagline. Sandy almost choked. He was laughing so much. The others were more restrained. Perez guessed they'd heard it before. Sandy saw Perez look at the empty cans. "These aren't all ours," he said. "The boys from the search team were here earlier. They've only just gone to bed." "Could I have a few words, Sandy?" No point his sitting there drinking with them. They'd never accept him as one of the boys. They returned to the bird room, the closest thing they had to an office here, the memory of a woman's body still lying over the desk between them. "Did the team find anything in the tower?" "You were right. That was a pillowcase. And the lining of the pillow itself. There are small fragments of feather still left inside. Nothing else, no fingerprints. The handrail going up the steps and round the lens had been wiped clean." The screwed-up pillowcase would have gone in a pocket. The killer must have gone straight up to the tower after murdering Jane. Perez pictured the killer, looking down the island. Had he seen Perez walking towards the pond? Had he been already aware that the body had been found before Rona Lang and the rest of the team arrived in on the plane? Perez nodded vaguely in the direction of the common room. "Do any of them admit to having been up the tower?" "No. They all claim to have assumed it would be locked." So all it would take, Perez thought, would be one piece of forensic evidence linking a field centre resident to the lens room, and we'd have our murderer. "What do your drinking pals say about Angela Moore?" Perez wondered if the three men had considered themselves rivals. They'd all been bewitched by the woman. Had the spell been broken, now she was dead. That she was a cruel and wonderful woman? Specifics would be good, Sandy. I have the feeling that they're all relieved she's dead. Like, they say how fantastic she was, but I think they were a wee bit scared of her. They didn't know how to stand up to her. Did they all feel like that? Maybe Dougie, the fat one, a bit less than the others. Why do you say that? Sandy shrugged. I think he enjoyed her company. He wasn't so intimidated. He wasn't having sex with her, Perez said. It was more about the shared interest, the birds. But occasionally she got things wrong. Sandy had brought his beer with him and took a swig from the can. That's what Dougie told me. She was a great birder, but not quite as great as she thought. He didn't tell me that. Well, he'd not have wanted to look disloyal. He said it wasn't unknown for her to take credit for identifying a bird found by someone else. And the others agreed. Not really a motive for murder, but you said you wanted the detail. Perez considered. Tried to imagine this flawed, driven woman. She wouldn't bear being wrong. She would hate it. Perhaps that was a motive for murder after all. What did they make of Jane Latimer? That she was a brilliant cook. Nothing else about her mattered to them. Angela Moore was pregnant, Perez said. Which of those boys would you put down as the father? There was a moment of silence while Sandy considered. He was much better these days at keeping his mouth shut until he had something worth saying. Hugh, he said at last. I mean, she wasn't looking for a man to stand by her, was she? She had that already with Morris. If it was just the sperm she was after, Hugh would make less of a fuss. It couldn't be him, Perez said. He's only been here for a few weeks, and Angela was 2 months pregnant. Unless he's telling us lies, and he'd known her before. I suppose she could have met him on one of her trips south. Couldn't we get them to do a blood test? That way we'd know for sure. Perez supposed they could, but he wasn't sure it would help them discover who had stabbed the women. He always thought of the victims as women in the plural, because, despite his warning that they should all keep an open mind, he was convinced there was just one killer. When Perez arrived home, Fran had gone to bed, but his mother was still up, on the computer in the office that had once been a small bedroom. Recently, she'd become a demon internet freak. She emailed friends all over the world, and had even started her own blog, Notes from a Fair Isle. James had at first felt threatened, then become resigned. He was happy for Mary to save the Croft accounts on the PC, and to order in feed and seeds online. He still resented the time Mary spent on the computer, though. The notion that she had an exciting life in which he played no part. Perez sensed it had caused arguments. Perez pushed open the office door. Mary's glasses had slid down her nose, and there was a mug of tea cold on the desk beside her. "Mother, you're obsessed," he said, only half joking. "Go to bed. I thought you might be interested in this." He pulled up a kitchen stool, ready to indulge her. He knew she enjoyed the times they had alone together. The two of them had always been close. He was grateful she'd taken so easily to Fran. Some mothers would become petty and jealous. He was tempted to ask her about James. How could his mother be so generous about his encounter with Angela? But she wouldn't want it discussed, and would hate to think that Perez knew about it. Better to leave it to his parents to deal with in their own way. "What is it?" He thought his voice sounded forced, unnaturally cheerful. "An article about Ben Catchpole." "How did you find it?" "I Googled him." She blushed. "I tried it with all the folks staying in the North Light, just out of interest, you know." "You can't blame me for that." "Did you come across anything else?" "Some bits and pieces," she said. "I'm surprised you've not tried it yourself. But this seems the most important." She pushed her chair out of the way so Perez could read the screen. The article was in the Scottish edition of the Times Online, and had been written 6 years before. The piece ran, "Green activist arrested in Brea protest. To commemorate the environmental disaster caused by the running aground of oil tanker, the Brea, in southern Shetland 10 years ago, Benjamin Catchpole, research student and green activist, broke into the oil terminal in Sullom Voe and caused tens of thousands of pounds worth of criminal damage. He received a suspended custodial sentence when he appeared in court earlier this week. Police sources say they believe Catchpole had help within Shetland to carry out the crime, and it seems likely that other charges will be brought." "I know about the conviction, Mother. It's one of the first things we do. check the criminal records of suspects. He hadn't known that Ben had received a suspended sentence, though. Or if he had known, he'd forgotten. He remembered the case, even though he'd been working in the south when the offence was big news in Shetland. The protesters had had some support locally, the effect of the brayer still fresh in people's memories. He read on to the end of the article, and couldn't prevent a small gasp when he saw the byline, John Fowler. So all these apparent strangers, turning up in the North Light for the same week in late autumn, had been in contact in the past. Catchpole was quoted in the article, so Fowler must have spoken to him at least over the phone. Coincidence? Birdwatching was a small world. Or had the autumn gathering in the Fair Isle Field Centre not been random at all, but planned for the purpose of murder? Chapter 32. Monday. Fran's last day on Fair Isle. She found herself looking forward to being back in the small house in Ravenswick. Her own space and her own rituals, working in the early morning while she was still in pyjamas, catching up with her friends over more than the one glass of wine she felt she could take in front of Jimmy's parents, cooking for herself and for Cassie, and being free to swear when the mood took her. They decided they would sell Perez's place and the Ravenswick house and buy somewhere bigger before they got married. Fran had enjoyed driving around Shetland mainland looking at prospective homes. The west side was so pretty, she thought, but if they moved somewhere like Walls, it would be a long trek into work for Jimmy and to school for Cassie when she started at the Anderson. Now she wondered if she could bear to leave Ravenswick. Maybe they could build on to the small house there. She imagined something wonderful, very light and spacious, to contrast with the original space, new and old Shetland together, and a purpose-built studio. Would that be too much of an indulgence? It would be a project, and she loved projects. She'd discuss it with Jimmy when his case was over. Now it would be pointless. He'd never concentrate. He'd been back late the night before, and when she'd asked how things were in the centre, he'd been non-committal. Not uncommunicative, but not sure himself what to make of events surrounding the case. It seemed to her that he brooded about it all night. She woke to find him already up and dressed, a shadow in the room, though it was dark still outside. "Shall I bring you tea?" Usually she adored tea in bed. It was his way of pleasing her. "No, I'll get up," she said. "Our last day before I go back." They had the kitchen to themselves. They giggled and whispered, supposing Mary and James to be still in bed. Again she thought there was something exciting, illicit in their being alone together in his parents' house. She fancied herself like a heroine in a 19th-century novel, maintaining the proprieties. But not like Sarah Fowler, she thought. Fran would always have more spirit than her. Perez was standing behind her chair, watching the toast on the Rayburn. She reached up, put her arms around him and kissed him. By the time they'd finished breakfast, the sky was getting lighter. "What are your plans for today?" She'd always promised herself that she wouldn't interfere with his work. She had her own life. She didn't need to meddle in his to stop herself being bored. But here on the Isle things were different. Boredom had crept up on her over the last 2 days. Another hour alone with his parents, and she'd go stark staring mad. "Angela's mother arrives on the midday plane," he said. "And this morning?" He gave her a sudden wide grin, so she realized he knew how she was feeling. "I'm going back to the North Light. Come with me. I promised Sarah I'd find her someone to help in the kitchen. So it's a skivvy you're after." "I thought you might talk to her," he said. "Serious now. Find out if her husband knows more about Angela than he's letting on. He admits to having met her." I sensed something. A tension. You think he'd had an affair with her? His wife's not going to know about that, surely. She would never have agreed to come here with him if she thought there was something going on, and even if she had suspected they were lovers, she's not going to talk to me. It's not something she'd want to chat about to a stranger while we're washing the dishes. You don't want to come with me, then? Hey, Jimmy Perez, just try and stop me. The wind had increased again, buffeting the car from the north. Fran tried not to think of her trip back to Shetland mainland in the boat the next day. As they approached the lighthouse, there was a sudden shower of hail, ferocious, so the balls of ice bounced off the windscreen, and the noise in the car meant they had to stop speaking. The yard was white, as if it had snowed. Fran remembered her first meeting with Perez. The ground had been white then, too. The residents were sitting in the dining room over scraps of toast and cold coffee. They were all at one table, and the rest of the room looked empty and bare. Morris was with them. He wore the same clothes he'd had on when Fran had last seen him. There was a small grey splash of what might have been porridge on his jersey. She had a sudden urge to shake him. Pull yourself together, man, and have some pride. Bad enough that you let your wife make a fool of you. Perez, she knew, would only feel sympathy. She thought again he was more like a social worker, or a priest. Morris looked up with sad red eyes. If you're looking for your colleagues from Inverness, they went out early. They wanted to look at the ground, near the punt, one last time. They said Miss Blythe took footwear impressions from the track, but the heather's long, and they still haven't found the knife. Sandy's in the bird room. Then he rested his head in his hands, as if the words had exhausted him. Sarah got to her feet and began to clear the tables. Fran found a tray and began to help. I'm your assistant for the day. Really? There's no need. Sarah gave a quick, sharp smile. A touch of panic. What would she be frightened about? Sharing the place with a murderer? Of course, that would be reason enough. Trust me, there is. Another day at Springfield with Jimmy's folks and I'd go quietly crazy. So Fran found herself in the field centre kitchen peeling carrots to make soup, while Sarah was kneading dough for pizza. Doesn't it feel weird doing all this? Fran asked. The first thought that came into her head. I mean, doesn't it feel like stepping into a dead woman's shoes? It always seemed to me that the kitchen was entirely Jane's domain. Sarah stopped for just a moment, and then returned to work, pressing the heel of her hand into the dough. Her sleeves were rolled up to the elbows. I'd never thought of it like that, Sarah said. I don't have that sort of imagination. Maybe I need to work because it stops me worrying about what's happened here. I mean, if you really thought about it, how could you carry on? Sharing supper with a murderer, you mean? Fran looked up, but she didn't stop slicing carrots. Nosy neighbour. That was the tone she was aiming for. And really, she'd once worked for a women's magazine. She could do gossip, as well as any Shetlander. Sarah shook her head. I really can't believe anyone here killed 2 women. They seem so pleasant, so... She paused. Civilized. Ordinary. So you don't sit here in the evenings with a glass of wine, all looking at each other, wondering which of you is going to be the next to die? No. Sarah looked horrified, and Fran wondered if she'd gone a bit too far. She could occasionally be flippant, and felt liberated and a little wicked, after a week of watching her words carefully. The chopping board was full, and she pushed the sliced vegetables into a pan, before continuing with the neeps. Sarah rolled the dough into a ball and lifted it into a bowl. She took a clean tea towel from a drawer and covered the dough. Now I've just got to wait for it to rise. Fran thought she seemed very happy in this domestic role. Did she prefer it to her work with disturbed families? Had she made so little fuss about returning to the mainland because she was happy to escape her career for a while? Obviously, you can't help wondering, Sarah said. I mean, I suppose some of us make more probable murderers than others. So who's your preferred candidate? Sarah shot a sideways glance that was almost conspiratorial. Fran thought she'd probably missed the company of other women. Since Jane's death and Poppy's departure, Sarah had been stuck here surrounded by men. And although some men could gossip, none was as good at it as a woman. Of course, I can't imagine what the motive might be. But Hugh, Sarah said. He has that streak of cruelty. I can imagine any of the others killing Angela, even her husband. Fran expected an immediate denial, but Sarah took the question seriously. Perhaps even him, she said. Angela had this knack of winding people up, for her own amusement, or perhaps just because she had no social skills at all. She knew what she wanted, and just went for it. But although I can imagine John and any of the others killing Angela in a fit of rage, I can't see them stabbing Jane. She was lovely, completely inoffensive. Even if she discovered who the murderer was and threatened to expose him? Even then, Sarah said. Surely it would be a step too far. Fran leaned heavily on the knife to cut a particular dense piece of turnip. Is this how much strength it would take to stab a person? To push through muscle, fat, and bone? But you think Hugh might have done it? I'm not saying that exactly. But of all of us, I think he's the most likely. He seems to have no morality, no qualms about using people. A bit like Angela herself, I suppose. But as you say, he has no motive. No, Sarah said. Fran thought the answer came too quickly. No, Sarah repeated, then paused. Look, we're all down here for lunch and for dinner. There's no need for you to stay. What were you planning for the rest of the morning? You're not getting rid of me that easily. I thought I'd strip the beds in the big dormitory where the policemen from Inverness have been staying. Apparently they're leaving today, and it'll be one less thing for Morris to think about. Sounds like unskilled work, Fran said. Just my bag. The big dormitory held 6 beds in 2 rows of 3. With the high ceiling, Fran thought it looked like an old-fashioned hospital ward. The search team had already packed, and their bags were stacked close to the door. The room was on a corner, and there were 2 long windows. Outside, the sky was grey. Fran thought winter had come early this year. There were 2 pillows on each of the beds, so it seemed unlikely that the killer had stolen one from here. But as Fran stripped off the cases, she felt the sharp shafts of the small feathers inside. One, just like this, she thought. It was taken from the centre. Then, but how would anyone carry a pillow to the pond without being noticed? In the rhythm of folding blankets, a pulling fitted under sheets from the mattresses, it was the practical that occupied her mind. Does that mean the murderer drove there? Of course not. All the birdwatchers carry small rucksacks. It would be quite easy to squeeze one of these thin, rather mean pillows inside. And that was where the knife was too. Of course. Once Jane had been stabbed, the pillowcase would be removed and the same knife used to slash the lining. Then the feathers could be scattered over the corpse. But why? Why go to all that trouble? Now all the beds were stripped and the sheets were piled in a heap in the middle of the floor. "What now?" "There's a laundry next to the kitchen," Sarah said. "We could make a start on the washing if you really want to stay." She made the sheets into 2 bundles, and the women carried them down the stairs. The room was small and hot. There were 2 big industrial washing machines and a tumble dryer, a sink under the window, a press iron and a domestic iron and ironing board. Along one wall there were rows of wide shelves with sheets and towels, and spare pillows. "Are the guests allowed in here?" Fran asked. "I don't know. I've never used it, but the whole place is pretty relaxed." Sarah started to load the first machine. Looking around the room, beautifully organized, sweet-smelling, with its neatly folded linen, Fran thought this was more of a tribute to Jane than a grand memorial. "What exactly do you do in the real world?" Fran asked. "I run an early years centre, working with babies and parents." Sarah looked up. Her face was flushed from the heat of the room. She switched on the machine and it started to churn. "Interesting. How did you get into that?" "I trained as a nurse, and then worked as a health visitor. I always enjoyed the community stuff most." So she would make a natural confidant for Angela. But if the field centre warden had told Sarah she was pregnant, why hadn't Sarah passed on the information to the police straight after the woman's body had been found? The door opened and Perez was standing there. "So this is where you've been hiding." His voice was light, but Fran could tell he'd been worried. He didn't like her being on her own in the North Light. Well, tough. No way was she going to spend another day with his parents. "I'm just going to fetch Angela's mother from the airstrip," he said. "Do you want to come?" "No, thanks," she grinned at Sarah. "All this domesticity. I think we deserve a coffee." They had coffee in the kitchen to the background smell of yeast from the rising pizza dough. "Did Angela ever talk to you?" Fran asked. "She didn't get on with Jane or Poppy. You'd have thought she'd be glad of another woman around the place." "I don't think she liked women very much." A pause. "I don't think she liked anyone." Outside the sky was dark, and another storm of sleet passed over, rattling against the windows, bouncing inside the chimney breast. "Is your husband out in this?" Jimmy said the birders were obsessed, but they must be mad. "John loves being out." Sarah looked at her over the rim of her mug. "Even in bad weather?" "Bird-watching has been his passion since he was a child. Sometimes I resented it. It took up so much of his time. It was as if he were defined by it. I felt rather excluded. And now? Do you still resent it? You're here, after all. I suppose, if you love someone, you don't stop them doing the things that make them happy. That's just what I think." Fran looked up, smiling. "I feel exactly the same way about Jimmy and his work." "It's not easy," Sarah said. "Sometimes you feel you come second place to an obsession." "What do you make of the other guys here? Are they all obsessives?" "I'm not sure about Ben. He's more into the science, the conservation, than the rare birds. John did a piece on him once, when he worked for Greenpeace. Ben was very radical then. I think he's calmed down a bit, but the passion's still there. He lives what he preaches. He's vegetarian. He doesn't wear leather. Angela used to tease him." "She was a meat-eater?" "Oh, yes," Sarah said. "A predator in every sense." "Did she prey on your husband?" "What do you mean?" The woman looked up, shocked. "Well, she seems to have had a go at all the other men in the place. And Angela was a writer, too, wasn't she? Perhaps they met before." Sarah gave another of her strained little smiles. "Oh, no," she said. "Can you imagine it? Angela and John? She liked her men young and pretty, as far as I could tell, unless they could be useful to her. Besides, she'd scare John rigid. Fran smiled too, as if she were sharing a joke, but she thought John might have been useful to Angela when her book had first been published. And in fact, John didn't seem to her to be the sort who would be easily scared. Chapter 33. Perez stood at the airstrip, waiting for Angela's mother to arrive, his hood up against the hail. Fran would be leaving the next day. He told her the sea might be a bit lumpy, but she'd decided to stick with her decision to go out on the boat. He hadn't realized how much the plane trip in had scared her. "I don't care if I'm sick. I feel safer." The search team was already there, eager to be leaving, frustrated because they'd contributed nothing to the case. Perez turned his back to the weather and chatted. Occasionally they had to raise their voices to be heard against the breeze. "Nothing," the leader repeated. "Complete, sodding waste of time. You've found the only piece of useful evidence in the lens room of the tower." As if it was Perez's fault that they'd spent a couple of days on a bleak lump of rock where the Atlantic met the North Sea. "I mean, we did the field centre. Although Miss Hewitt is sure the second victim was killed where she was found, we treated the whole of the lighthouse as a potential crime scene, except the lens room, obviously. It never occurred to us that anyone could have access up there." Perez said nothing. No point in recriminations now. "The woman was moved around a bit in the loft after the attack," the man went on. "Posed, like Miss Hewitt said." "The killer would have had blood-stained clothes?" Perez asked. "Almost certainly. There was that arterial spatter. Unless he wore protective gear." Perez had a picture of the oilskins the shepherd crew used. "Not that we found anything. The clothes could have been burned, I suppose, or ditched over a cliff." And nothing else of interest in the field centre. Perez didn't pose it as a question, just repeated it to himself. "Of course that doesn't prove much." A younger man, dark-haired, spoke now. "They all knew we were coming. He'd have dumped anything he didn't want us to see." That assumption again, that the killer was a man. As the noise of the plane approached, the conversation moved on to the families, what they'd be doing for half-term, plans for Christmas. Stella Monkton was small and neat, dressed in a long camel coat and brown leather shoes. The only other passengers were Anderson High kids late home for the mid-term break. They took the plane for granted. It could have been the school bus. They sauntered away to meet their parents, super cool. Angela's mother followed them away from the plane, then stood and looked around her. The waiting family stared. They'd noticed Perez's presence. News of the stranger's arrival would be all over Fair Isle before tea-time. He wondered how many would guess her identity. At first glance, there was no physical resemblance to Angela, who had been tall and strong. Perhaps she'd chatted to the kids on the way, and word would get out through them. Perez had already decided to take her back to Springfield before they went to the field centre. She'd be tired after her early start. Would have only been given snacks on the flight into Sombra. And he'd find it easier to unpick the complicated family relationship in a more domestic setting. She stood again by the car and looked east toward Sheep Rock. "It's very beautiful here. Very dramatic. I can see what appealed to Angela." Then she sat beside him, with her seatbelt fastened and her hands clasped primly in her lap. James was working, and Mary had gone to visit a couple of elderly spinster aunts. The kitchen had been tidied especially for a visitor. There was a lasagna bubbling in the bottom of the Rayburn, new bread, the last of the fruitcake. They sat across the table from each other. He'd given her the seat with the view, a politeness he regretted later in the interview. There were times when she seemed distracted. She knew what was expected and began her story as soon as the meal was over. Of course, I should have taken Angela with me when I left my husband. But at the time, I thought he would be better for her. I was ill, severely depressed. Only partly his fault. He had a good job. We were still living then, in the home where Angela had grown up. I thought, if I could think clearly at all, that the house would provide stability. And she was bright, determined, much more like her father than me in most ways. It never occurred to me that he'd sell up and move her out into the country, that she'd become one of his projects, his experiments. He said she didn't want to see me, and I believed him. They'd always been very close. Through the window, something seemed to catch her attention. Perez turned to see what had interested her, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. But Angela did make contact with you later. Much later, yes. I wrote to her twice a year, with brief snippets of news, that I'd qualified as a teacher, with my address if I'd moved, new telephone numbers. At Christmas and on her birthday, I always sent money. Not a great deal at first, but as much as I could afford. Archie must have passed them on because, at last, there was a reply. She was 18, just about to start university. She asked if we could meet. The woman paused. I'm not quite sure what I was expecting. Perhaps not something quite as big. It was ridiculous, but I still thought of her as a child. She was very assertive, forceful. She knew just what she wanted. From her life and from me. What did she want from you? The woman paused. At first, she just wanted me to listen. To understand what I'd put her through. To be sorry. Of course, I could see why she was angry. She told me what it was like growing up alone with her father. I had no friends. How could you do that to me? Her passion for natural history grew out of her loneliness, I think. At least when she was watching the wildlife around the house in Wales, there was a connection with something living. She was always going to be a scientist of some persuasion. Her father had brought her up to believe that anything other than rational thought was ludicrous. She developed projects of her own, a study of a family of badgers, for example. She watched them from when she was 10 until she left school, and talked about them at that first meeting. People speak of badgers as if they're playful children. They can be very aggressive. Stella smiled. She told me she'd learned a lot from badgers. So she studied biology at university? Ecology, she said. Later a PhD. Research into wading birds. And she dropped contact with her father, apparently. Perez replayed the conversation in his head. You said at first she just wanted you to listen and to be sorry. What came later? What did she want then? Money. She looked up at him, seemed to feel a need to explain. Not for things. Angela was always ambitious, but never materialist. For experience. The experiences she'd missed out on when she was growing up with her father. I paid for travel mostly, and always gave her as much as I could. It never stopped me feeling guilty, but it helped. So you developed a relationship, Perez said. An understanding, at least. I'm not sure I ever understood her. Stella Monkton's eyes were drawn to the garden just outside the window. It had been surrounded by a wall to provide shelter from the wind, but everything there had been ruined by the previous week's storm. She seemed particularly fascinated by the row of sprouts, blackened by the salt spray, flattened. And I didn't like her very much. But occasionally there were moments of kindness and humour, a sudden vision of the girl she might have been in different circumstances. Stella corrected herself. If I'd behaved differently. How could you ever know what she might have become? Perez said. Nature and nurture. An old argument. In either case, surely, I was partly responsible. She gave a wan smile. After Angela completed her PhD, all contact stopped. It was as if I'd never existed. Perez didn't know how to respond. It wasn't what he'd been expecting. He felt an ache of sympathy for the woman. She thought she had her daughter back, even if Angela wasn't the daughter she might have chosen, only to lose her again. Was there a row? He asked at last. Nothing like that. Perhaps it was what she'd planned all along. Revenge. To drop me as I'd abandoned her. Perhaps she just felt she didn't need me anymore. After all, her disappearance from my life coincided with her success. The discovery of a rare bird on one of her travels, a best-selling book. The television series followed soon after. Did you try to get in touch with her? Of course, by email and by phone, but she didn't reply, and I knew there was no point in persisting. Then she married. Perez thought of his mother, the fuss she was making about his second wedding. It seemed a child's wedding was a big deal. Did you know about that? There was a note about it in a natural history magazine I was reading at the dentist's, Stella said. It had already happened by then. I certainly wasn't invited. But you knew she'd taken up the position of director at the Fair Isle Field Centre. Occasionally I'd Google her, Stella said. It was one way of keeping track. The Field Centre has a website. There was a picture of her next to the lighthouse. She looked very happy. She was staring into the distance. I did think of booking myself in as a visitor, perhaps using a made-up name, but really I had no right to intrude where I wasn't welcome. Perez was astonished by the woman's restraint. He tried to imagine Fran in a similar situation. She wouldn't consider the niceties of her daughter's feelings. She'd be on the first plane north. But Fran hadn't run away and left Cassie behind. I'd understood from a colleague that there'd been a more recent contact. Angela phoned me, Stella said, a week before I left for Brittany. I was so certain when I answered that it would be one of my friends from the choir that at first I didn't recognize her voice. I couldn't speak. When Angela first broke contact, every time the phone rang I imagined it might be her, but this was a real shock. I didn't know what to say. In the end, she became impatient. "Mother, are you there?" I asked her what she wanted. It was clear, you see, that she must want something. And what did she want? Perez was suddenly tense. He was aware of the workings of his body, his heart pumping, his shallow breathing. Stella's answer might explain the case. She wanted to meet. She said she had to be in London to see a publisher at the beginning of November. Could she come on down to Somerset? Perhaps stay the night? This was new, Inspector. When she was a student, we met on neutral territory in restaurants or cafes, at the university. She would never come to my house. You must have asked her why she wanted to see you after such a long time. What must that have been like? A call out of the blue from a daughter she'd believed was lost to her? No, Inspector. The response was sharp and immediate. I asked no questions. I didn't want to scare her off. So, No magic answer. Stella Monkton's trip to Fair Isle had helped him understand more about the victim, but it brought him no closer to her killer. The woman continued. "I'm so grateful for that short telephone call, Inspector. It was a sort of reconciliation." She began to pile the plates together, as if she expected the discussion to be over. Perez reached across the table towards her. No physical contact, but a way of telling her that there were still things to say. "What?" she demanded. "What else is there?" Angela was expecting a baby. She looked at him horrified. "Oh, no! The poor child!" Was she talking about her daughter or the baby? He was certain the pregnancy was news to her. For the first time since she'd arrived on the island, she lost control and began to cry. By the time they searched the field centre, she was composed again. Morris was waiting for them in the common room. Through the open door, Perez saw Fran in the kitchen, not working, it seemed, but sitting on a high stool next to a workbench drinking tea. Sarah was there, and so was the young birder Hugh Shaw. Fran glanced up and saw Perez, gave an immediate smile and a frown. "Don't interfere. Let me get on with it." There was no sign of Sandy, and that worried Perez. He'd told Sandy to keep an eye on Fran, to make sure she was safe, though surely no harm could come to her in full view of all the residents. Perez wondered now what he hoped to get out of the encounter between Morris and his mother-in-law. Not much. No dramatic revelation or confession. Morris brought in a tray of coffee, and they sat making polite conversation, like strangers in a waiting room passing time. "Would you give us a moment, Inspector?" Stella said, when the coffee was drunk. "I'd like to talk to my son-in-law, alone." The description jarred. Morris and Stella must be the same sort of age, and Perez was reluctant to leave them alone together. After all, he had hoped for some breakthrough in the case from the conversation. But he walked away and stood in the lobby for 10 minutes. Sandy came down the stairs from his room. "I've tried every bank in Lerwick. If Angela Moore has her own account, it's not held anywhere in town. And I can't find out what she did between leaving the RBS and going into Boots." Perez supposed that in a city there'd be CCTV. In Shetland, they had to rely on inquisitive people. "Okay," he said. "Keep trying." Sandy nodded towards the common room. "How's it going?" Perez shrugged. He didn't really know. When he returned to the common room, he found Morris and Stella much as he'd left them, polite, distant, formal. He sensed no drama or increased understanding. It was only when Perez looked at his watch and said he'd have to get Stella back to the airstrip for the afternoon plane that Morris spoke with any real feeling. He stood up and took Stella's hand. "Your daughter was a remarkable woman." A pause. "I loved her very much." Chapter 34. The autumn was over. That was clear to Dougie as he walked back from the south of the island for lunch. All the birds he saw belonged to winter. A flock of snow bunting turned, so the light caught the white underwings, and they gleamed against the grey sky. A straggling line of pink-footed geese flew over, calling, and came slowly into land on the west side. There would be no more migration, no more rare birds. It was time for him to escape back to the city, to his grubby flat and his tedious work. Perez couldn't keep them imprisoned any longer. Dougie would take the boat out on the following day. He always suffered a mild depression at the end of the autumn. Winter birding was more predictable and lacked the excitement of the migration season. And it meant leaving Fair Isle and Angela. This year, there would be no contact from her to look forward to, No emails. No tipsy phone calls in the middle of the night as she called him for reassurance. "You care about me, don't you, Ducky? You'll always be there for me." And he would have been. It came to him now, struggling against the stiff northerly breeze, his face scarlet, his eyes and nose streaming, that his failure to make any real relationship with the women at work had been of his own doing. He'd begrudged the time in cinemas and restaurants. What if Angela should call him at home while he was away? She'd controlled his life, just as she'd controlled the lives of her lovers. Perhaps now he'd feel free to develop other friendships. Perhaps even find himself a woman. Someone who liked the outdoors, he thought. She wouldn't be a beauty. It would be unreasonable to expect that. But someone kind, generous with her time and her body. A simple woman without an agenda. When he pushed open the door into the field centre, the depression remained. But he felt comfortable with it. At this time of year, he would have missed it if it weren't there. Inside, there was the smell of cooking. After the effort of walking all the way from the Havens, the centre seemed very warm. Dougie hung up his coat and took off his boots. He wondered if he'd come back to the Isle next year. Perhaps he'd have a woman to bring with him. He pictured someone big and soft, in a hand-knitted sweater and a woolly hat, a huge smile. He'd show her the common birds, start a list for her. Or perhaps she'd prefer somewhere gentler for a holiday. It had been years since he'd been to Sicily, and he still needed on his list some of the American migrants that turned up there in strong westerlies. They could rent a little cottage. She'd cook for him. John Fowler was in the common room, a laptop on his knee, tapping away. Fowler had made a fuss when the police team from Inverness had insisted on looking at it. "This is my livelihood," all pompous, as if none of the rest of them had to earn a living. "And this is a murder investigation," the leader had said. "If you prefer, I can get a warrant, and we'll take it south with us." Fowler had handed over the machine quickly enough then. Dougie couldn't see the point of paying to go away on holiday if you were just going to work. Fowler looked up when Dougie walked into the room, logged off and shut down the computer. "Don't mind me," Dougie said. As usual, Fowler looked very clean, as if he'd just stepped out of the shower and put on clothes fresh from the washing line and the iron. Hugh had looked very dapper recently, too. Who was he trying to impress? Dougie didn't really do ironing, and he'd been here so long that all his clothes were dirty anyway. He'd need a trip to the laundrette first thing when he got back. He didn't mind the laundrette. A couple of back copies of British Birds or Birding World, and he was sweet. No problem. Fowler shut the computer, put it away in the case. "I probably won't sell it anyway." "What you writing, then? A book?" "No, just an article. A travel piece on the field centre. It seems in poor taste now Angela's dead." "I don't see why." Dougie thought the place would need all the visitors it could get after 2 unsolved murders, because it seemed to him that the police were no closer to finding out what had happened to the women. Or were people such ghouls that they'd want to come just to see where Angela had died? He'd done his bit for the island anyway. There'd be birders who'd be attracted to Fair Isle because he'd seen the trumpeter swan there. Lunch was pizza. Dougie liked pizza, and positioned himself on the seat nearest to the serving hatch so he could be first in line for seconds. Perez's fiancée was there. She'd laid the tables, and now she was standing beside Sarah Fowler and dishing out. Because his attention was on the food, it took him a while to realize that there was an argument. Ben, the assistant warden, and Hugh bickering away like kiddies. Something about mud on the birdroom floor. Though it seemed to Dougie that wasn't really what it was all about. The tension of the situation had finally got to them. "Didn't it occur to you to clear up your own mess?" Ben, flushed and indignant, half stood and leaned across the table. "Hey, you're paid to be here." "It costs me good money," Hugh said, with the usual bloody smile that seemed to imply that the words were a joke. The smile that made Dougie feel like slapping him in the face, that was calculated to provoke violence. "In fact, I'm paying your wages." He looked around the table in the hope of gathering support and an audience. "What were you doing in the bird room anyway?" Ben demanded. "It's not as if you're a ringer. It's not as if you do anything useful." "I was using the computer. There was something I wanted to check out." For a moment the smile slipped. "If the police can't find Angela's murderer, I thought I'd do something. We can't stay here forever. I need to be moving on." The words sounded like something from a bad country and western song, and Dougie couldn't help grinning. Then Sandy Wilson, the second cop, the one who'd been staying in the centre, stood up. He moved quite slowly, but still somehow he captured their attention. "Just sit down, boys." He spoke with an easy kind of voice, like he knew what it was to lose his temper, and had never done him any good, so they'd do well to take notice of him. "It's a tough time for everyone, trapped in here. But it won't be for long now. It'll soon be over." Dougie wondered if he had any reason for saying that, or if they were just words to calm the young men down. He thought Sandy was playing a dangerous game if he had no evidence to charge the murderer, because he was raising expectations and people would be even more frustrated if nobody was arrested. As it was, he supposed they were all under suspicion. It wouldn't be easy, Dougie thought then, to find a kind and respectable girlfriend if she believed he might have stabbed 2 women. After lunch, people scattered. Dougie had eaten far too much, and after the exercise of the morning, all he really wanted to do was rest. He liked to sit in the common room with a field guide and a cup of tea. Soon he knew he'd be snoozing. But John Fowler was back there with his laptop, and the sound of it, the staccato and irregular tap-tap of the keys, really got on Dougie's nerves. Anyway, if this was going to be his last day, maybe he should make the most of it and get out into the field. He found Ben in the bird room. He was still angry, Dougie could tell, still kind of smouldering. "Want some company on the trap round?" "Sure." Not exactly welcoming, but that was because of the mood he was in, not because he resented Dougie asking. Ben gave Dougie a pile of bird bags, and they went out to the Land Rover. Just driving away from the North Light, they had to pull in to the side of the road to let Perez past. He was in Big James's car, and there was a strange woman in the passenger seat. "What was all that about at lunchtime?" Dougie asked. "Nothing. Hugh's really starting to piss me off, that's all." "Fine," thought Dougie. "Bugger you, then, if you don't want to talk." He'd always thought the tabloid papers were right when they said prisoners had it easy, a warm cell with a telly, and someone to bring you food. What punishment was there in that? Now he thought the hard bit would be keeping sane, surrounded by all those strangers, no privacy. No wonder living in the centre had driven Angela crazy. Dougie had only been stuck here for a few weeks, and he was already going mad. They parked by the double dyke and did the rest of the trap round on foot. In the gully trap, Dougie walked through the vegetation, pishing and knocking against the stunted sycamores to push any birds resting there towards the catching box. There was always a chance of something unusual, but today they only caught 2 meadow pipits that had already been ringed 2 days earlier. Ben held them for Dougie to see, then let them go. Would it have hurt some eternal plan if one had been an olive-backed? Dougie said, I know we've all seen olive-backed before, but it would have been something, wouldn't it? Something to cheer everyone up. They scrambled back onto the road and moved on to the plantation trap. When Dougie had first come to Fair Isle, the plantation had been a joke, the name ironic. A few straggly pines planted in a fold in the land, with the trap built over them. Now the trees had grown up, some of them through the wire mesh. Inside it smelled and felt like a real wood. There were pine needles on the floor. Doug walked through it, rustling the lower branches, felt the same expectation, hope and excitement as he always did. The plantation was where he'd seen the brown flycatcher. There was a small bird somewhere ahead of him. He heard it fluttering, just caught a glimpse of movement. Then he tripped on a root that had grown out of the thin soil, fell hard, and couldn't stop his cheek from hitting the ground. There'd be a cracking bruise later. He swore under his breath. On the other side of the wood, Ben yelled to ask if he was okay. Dougie pushed himself to his feet. There'd been a sharp sting on his palm, and when he looked, he saw that there was blood on his hand, trickling through his fingers. For a moment, he felt a bit faint. Then he looked down to find what had caused it. A knife, half hidden by the pine needles. The search team had been on the island for 2 days, looking for the knife that had killed Jane Latimer. But they'd been on the hill, taking the direct route from the pond to the field centre, and after that they'd looked along the road. They couldn't have searched the whole island, even in 2 years. It had taken Dougie to stumble on it by chance. Chapter 35. Just an ordinary kitchen knife, Perez said. I suppose it could have been here for years. Sandy pulled up his collar to stop the rain dripping down his neck. They stood under the only real trees on the island. Did you know they take school kids to that copse that they've planted in North Mainland, to give them a feel of what it's like to be in woodland? In the summer, they had a teddy bear's picnic. It was in the Shetland Times. Perez didn't answer the last point. Sometimes Sandy's brain worked that way. He opened his mouth and let out the words without realizing they weren't relevant to the matter in hand. The knife hasn't been here for very long. There's no rust. The blade's still sharp. He squatted to look at it better, smelled the damp earth and the pine, thought it wasn't such a daft idea to give Shetland kids the experience of a forest. I suppose any blood on it will be Dougie Barr's. It's typical that the search team has just gone out. We could have got them down here to do a fingertip through the trees. Sandy had an almost religious faith in forensic science, fibres, DNA. Perez thought he watched CSI on the quiet. Do you think it came from the centre's kitchen? Perez straightened. I think Jane Latimer would be the only person to tell you that. But probably. If it came from anywhere else on the isle, it had likely have been missed. And everyone here knew we were looking for a murder weapon. He scooped it into the evidence bag, taking care to include some of the soil and debris from the plantation floor. It could go out on the boat the following morning. He'd get Morag to meet the shepherd and send the knife south to forensics. Perez got the call about the discovery just after the afternoon plane had taken off. Stella Monkton had thanked him in her quiet, polite way before taking her place behind the pilot, but he hadn't known what she was thinking. On the drive from the North Light to the airstrip, she hadn't spoken. After the bird watchers had come across the knife, Ben had driven back to the centre to find Sandy, leaving Dougie to stand guard. Now the two detectives were on their own. The light was fading, and a steady drizzle had set in. Why did the murderer leave it here? Perez said. He was quite certain that this was the weapon that had killed Jane. As you said, it would have been easy enough to throw it over a cliff. Then probably it would never have been found. Does it matter? I mean, if it came from the centre, they'd all have had access to it. If they manage to get a fingerprint, it'll be, "Yeah, I touched it. I helped with the washing up." But it was removed from the scene, not like at the first murder. Perez was still haunted by the second murder scene, saw it again as clearly as a photograph. The body, the stained sheepskins, the tiny white feathers. He'd missed something. Perhaps it was simple. The killer had removed the knife to replace it in the center kitchen. Not sure if its absence would be noticed, if its loss would be traced back to him. Perez tried to picture the route the murderer would take from the pond to the North Light. The most direct way would be over the hill, and that was heavy going, a steep climb and bog and heather moorland. Much easier to walk to the road, past the house at Setter, and go north that way. He was scared, Perez said. He heard someone coming along the road and didn't want to be seen. He wouldn't want anyone to know he'd been so close to the pond once Jane's body was discovered. It would be easy enough to hide in the plantation. Then perhaps he lost his nerve, jittery, the state he was in. He couldn't imagine walking into the kitchen, rinsing the knife under the tap, putting it back in the drawer. That was his plan, but he didn't have the nerve to carry it out. Though he still had the pillowcase in his pocket. Did he forget about that in his panic? Or she? Sandy was already walking back towards the road. Perez could tell he wasn't comfortable here in the trees. He wasn't used to them. Maybe he felt claustrophobic. "It could have been a woman. You're the one who said to keep an open mind." Perez knew Sandy was right, but he thought the murderer was a man. The victims were women. But perhaps he just didn't want to believe in a female killer. He followed Sandy away from the trap. There was a bit of a ruckus at lunchtime. Sandy stepped across the ditch and onto the road, then began to walk back to the car. Ben and Hugh. I thought it might come to blows. He opened the passenger door and got in. What was it about? Sandy shrugged. Perez could see the droplets of rain on his jacket, smelled wet wool. Something and nothing. Hugh had left the bird room in a mess, and Ben had a go. He's an arrogant bastard, though, that Hugh. None of them seemed to like him much. A scapegoat, maybe, Perez said. They all want someone to hate, and he's starting to get on their nerves. Sandy turned his head quickly. Like Lord of the Flies. Sandy could always surprise him. Aye, something like that. We did it for the English hires, Sandy said. He paused while Perez started the engine. Everyone staying in the North Light knows that one of them is a murderer. They'd like it to be Hugh. He's the loner, really, isn't he? I mean, he puts on the charm, but he hasn't got any real friends there. Perez supposed that was true. The Fowlers at each other, John's calm and Sarah's anxiety meeting the other's needs. Dougie had been coming to the field centre for so many years that he was something of an institution. Morris and Ben had worked together all season. Nobody knew Hugh. All they had were the stories he had told about himself, and now his humour was probably wearing a bit thin. And all I have is the stories he's told about himself. Perez pictured Fran, as he'd last seen her, sitting in the centre kitchen chatting to Hugh. It was time to get her away from the lighthouse and back to the safety of Springfield. He thought he should spend some time at home this evening. His mother would have prepared a special supper. They might even get an early night. Am I like the other field centre residents? Would I prefer Hugh Shaw to be the murderer? Because Perez realized that he too disliked Shaw. The dislike hit him now with a surprising intensity. They just started the drive north when Sandy's mobile rang. Perez pulled into the side of the road so he could take the call without risk of losing reception. He couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, but he could tell Sandy was excited. Sure. Yeah, thanks. You're brilliant. I definitely owe you a few drinks next time we're in town. But keep it to yourself, yeah? What was all that about? Perez played the game. Let Sandy prolong his moment of triumph. "I know what happened to the money Angela withdrew from her bank." Well, it wouldn't do to show impatience. That only made Sandy worse. "She didn't have another account in her own name. She paid the cash into a third person's. She had the number and the sort code." He paused. "You're really going to like this. It was Hugh Shaw's account. For some reason, she paid him 2,500 quid. Why would she do that?" Perez didn't expect a useful answer. Again, he was musing to himself. Could it be something to do with the baby? You mean she bought Hugh's sperm? Perez looked up. He found himself faintly disgusted by the idea. But we have no evidence that they knew each other before he came to the North Light. "They must have known each other," Sandy said. "You don't give thousands of pounds to a stranger." "He could have been blackmailing her," Perez said. "But what about? Not her sexual exploits. They seem to have been common knowledge." "Only among bird watchers, and some of the islanders," Sandy said. "Maybe the Field Centre trustees would have been less than pleased to hear she was seducing her younger staff. Couldn't that be seen as sexual harassment? Probably against the law." "Only one way to find out," Perez said. "We'd better chat to young Hugh Shaw, see what he has to say for himself." He started the engine and drove too quickly up the narrow track. He remembered Fran and Hugh standing in the kitchen. He told himself there could be no real danger, but he wanted to know she was safe. They came almost immediately to the whitewashed walls surrounding the lighthouse. Although it wasn't dark, the lights were on in most of the rooms, but the curtains hadn't been drawn. Perez sat for a moment in the car looking in, allowing himself a moment of relief when he saw Fran in the kitchen. There was Dougie Barr standing in the common room, drinking something soft and sweet from a can. In the flat, Morris was sitting at his desk, reading through a pile of papers. Perhaps the routine of running the centre was helping him come to terms with the death and the life of his wife. Upstairs, Ben Catchpole looked out from his bedroom, apparently deep in thought. The lives of the Field Centre residents were spread out before him, and watching them as a voyeur, Perez understood why Jane might have been killed. Again, he saw a motive of a sort. It was all about what she knew about the first murder. Now he had to replay in his head the events running up to her death. It was the day the gale had begun to blow itself out, the day he'd interviewed the residents of the community hall. The Coast Guard helicopter had come in to carry out Angela's body. He forced himself to concentrate on the detail. The timings were important. But Angela, he still couldn't pin down the motive there. "Are we staying here all night, then?" Sandy opened the door. "I don't know about you, but I could use a beer." Perez sat for a little longer, looking up at the symmetrical squares of light on the first floor of the building, and then he followed Sandy in. Perez went to the kitchen first. He wanted to see Fran. Perhaps because he knew she'd be back in Ravenswick the following day, he was desperate to hold her, to feel her body against his, a lust that reminded him again of his passion for Beta, the German student. What was happening to him? Usually so controlled and measured in his emotions, within 10 minutes he'd experienced dislike and desire with equal intensity. She had her back to him, bending to lift a tray into the oven. She was wearing a thin scarlet scarf to hold her hair away from her face and her neck, frayed jeans, no apron. As she leaned forward, her jersey rode up her back, and he could see her bare skin. He waited until she set the dish, some sort of sponge pudding, on the middle shelf and closed the door. Then he came up behind her and kissed her neck, put his hand inside her clothes. She turned and kissed him on the mouth. Her hands were useless, still wrapped in oven gloves. "Jimmy Perez, you'll get me sacked." "Where's Sarah?" She's gone up to grab a shower before it gets too busy. Why don't you go home? You can take my car. I'll get a lift later. Mother will be expecting you home for supper. She'll be expecting us, Fran said. I know what you're like to me, Perez. If I leave you here, I won't see you for the rest of the evening. Besides, she frowned, we should talk. Not here. Sarah will be down in a minute. Has she said anything to you? Nothing specific. I think she's scared. Who's she scared of? Everyone, he thought immediately. Then wondered if he'd got that quite right. Perhaps she wasn't as timid as she seemed. After all, she'd managed to hold down a responsible job until she became ill. He thought that of all the field centre residents, he understood Sarah Fowler the least. Fran paused. I'm not sure. They all know I'm engaged to you, and they suspect I'm here as your spy. Everything's guesswork and innuendo. None of them will tell me directly what's worrying them. I saw you with Hugh. He tried not to let her see how he felt about the young man. He wanted her perspective, untainted by his prejudice. Yes, she said. He makes out he has secrets of his own. You should speak to him. But he's such a show-off. It's hard to know how much is real and what he makes up for effect. There was an unexpected noise in the common room. Thuds and bangs. Then Sandy's voice raised in irritation. What the shit do you think you're playing at? Another crash. Perez hurried in and found a scene like a playground fight. Sandy was holding Ben Catchpole by both arms, and Hugh had blood streaming from a cut above his eye. It ran down his cheek and onto the carpet. The other residents stood around watching, fascinated, enjoying the drama. Despite the cut, Hugh seemed immensely pleased with himself. Sarah Fowler walked in as Ben tried to break free from Sandy's grasp. She changed into neat cord trousers and a white shirt, an old lady's navy cardigan. Her voice was shrill and loud. Please! Don't do this! Hasn't there been enough violence? I can't stand it! And she began to sob. The sound unbearable, like nails down a blackboard, tearing again at their nerves. She turned towards John, who took her in his arms, stroked her hair, and murmured reassurance as if she was his child. Perez thought he couldn't keep these people here any longer. The tension was getting to all of them. He'd have to let them out on the next day's boat, even if it meant sending the murderer away too. He took Hugh Shaw into the bird room to interview him. As they walked along the corridor, Morris appeared from the flat. Jimmy, I need to talk to you. Perez turned round just for a moment. Sorry, not now. Give me a few minutes. Jimmy, it's important. For a moment, Perez hesitated. Despite himself, he always felt sorry for Morris. Really? He said. This won't take long. Wait in the flat and I'll be along as soon as I've finished here. And he turned his back, so he didn't have to look at the man's sad, pleading eyes. In the bird room, he made it formal, as if this was an interview room at the police station. Perez asked all the questions. Sandy sat in a corner, a notebook on his knee. Despite the bloody nose, Hugh still managed to grin. Shouldn't you caution me, Inspector? Have a tape recorder running so there's no misunderstanding. I doubt Sandy could run to shorthand. This is just an informal chat, Perez said. But we can ship you out in the boat tomorrow if you prefer. Talk to you in Lerwick. That way you could have a solicitor present. I'm not quite sure what the horde of reporters still very interested in the case would make of that. They might just misinterpret helping the police with their enquiries. Your parents might not be too pleased to have your name all over the tabloids. No need for that, Hugh said quickly. Of course, I'm only too pleased to help. He dabbed at his nose with what looked like a tea towel. I've always wanted to travel, Perez said. Never really had the chance. You should. Hugh's face lit up. Here he was on safe ground. The eccentric Englishman abroad, the charmer, the storyteller. My favourite part was coming back along the old Silk Route. Most of those places, they don't see a European from one year to the next. There's something about a desert. But expensive, Perez interrupted. Even roughing it, you have to eat. And you'd want the occasional beer? He got up and switched on the light. Outside it was almost dark, the time of day Shetlanders called the darkening. Hey, my parents were glad to get me out of their hair. They thought it would be educational, money well spent, they thought. Until recently, Perez said. Recently, I understand, they've been less obliging. You've had to look elsewhere to fund your adventurous lifestyle. There was a moment of silence. Why did Angela Moore give you £2,500? Another moment of silence. Then a return of the practised grin. Perez thought he would always be a con man. In the past, he'd have been one of those quacks selling snake oil and charms to delusional and desperate people. Hey, she fancied me, Hugh said. What can I say? She didn't want me to leave, so she offered me money to stay on. Was I going to turn it down? No. Angela wasn't paying for sexual favours, Perez said. You didn't have any sort of physical relationship with her, did you? She took her regular lovers to the pond, and you knew nothing about that. Your encounters were purely business. Hugh stared at the detective. He seemed unable to speak. What was it? Perez asked. Blackmail? The money was a gift, Hugh said at last. At least a loan. Angela knew I'd pay her back. We might not have been lovers, but we were good mates. She trusted me. You weren't friends, Perez said. And Angela wasn't known for her generosity of spirit or her ability to trust her fellow man. She would only have paid up if she had no choice. You have no proof. The inevitable smile forced more of a grimace. Perez continued as if Hugh hadn't spoken. And she would have hated it. No one made Angela do what she didn't want to do. She'd have been determined to find a way to stop you from bothering her further. Is that why you killed her? Because she'd started to fight back? Had she begun to threaten you? It wouldn't be pleasant to be known as a blackmailer. I don't have to listen to this. Hugh got to his feet. I'd be happy to talk to you again, Inspector, when you have some proof. He sauntered from the room, a parody of the old cockiness. Sandy stood up too and seemed prepared to stop Hugh leaving, but Perez gestured for him to let the boy go. What could he possibly be blackmailing Angela about? Sandy asked. Perez was safe from answering because his mobile rang. Yes? It was Vicky Hewitt. We've had the results on the DNA analysis on the feathers you found in Angela Moore's hair. Go on. He listened to her words, and he knew who had killed the two women. A strange, intuitive leap that had little to do with logic. A confirmation, and at last, a motive. He walked quickly out of the bird room to pull Hugh back in. There were more questions that needed answering now, but the boy seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 36. Fran was making custard. She was tantalized by the noises coming from the common room, but good custard, even from a packet, took concentration. Although the numbers of residents had declined, she was still cooking for more people than she was used to. She stirred and listened, distracted again by the raised men's voices. The milk started to burn on the bottom of the pan. There was a brown skin on the tip of the spoon when she lifted it out of the yellow liquid. Quickly, she reduced the heat. It thickened at last in a satisfactory if slightly lumpy way, and she switched off the stove. She would warm it through later. She'd heard Sarah's screamed plea for the men to stop the fighting, and decided dinner was down to her now. No way would the woman be in any state to cook. Her nerves were in shreds. As she prepared vegetables, Fran's thoughts turned to Cassie. She wondered if the girl was excited at the prospect of her mother coming home, or if Duncan, with his treats and his spoiling, had seduced her. Will she love her father more than me? Knowing it was pathetic but unable to prevent it, she'd phone Duncan later, and make sure he'd bring Cassie down to Grutness to meet the Good Shepherd. Next time they came into Fair Isle, she'd bring Cassie with her. Mary would enjoy playing grandmother. There was a sound behind her, and she looked round, expecting to see Perez, hoping to see Perez. It was Sarah Fowler, very pale. Her skin looked blue and translucent, as if she was frozen, and she seemed to be trembling. "Don't worry," Fran said easily. "I could cope here. Maybe you should have a rest. Or a whiskey. Do the Fowlers drink?" The woman didn't answer. It seemed to Fran that she had the frailty of an old woman, that she'd lost weight even in the past few days. Fran went up to her and took her into her arms, felt the bone close to the skin under the clothes. "What is it?" "Look, it's been a terrible time. But I'm sure Jimmy will let you go soon. And if he doesn't, you should go anyway. You'll make yourself ill. Come out with me in the boat tomorrow morning. I'll clear it with the police." Sarah was still tense, and Fran pulled away, realizing that the physical contact wasn't helping, that Sarah was disturbed by it. "Tea?" she said. "We both need tea." She filled the kettle and set it to boil, hoping the familiar domestic movements would calm the woman down. When she turned back, Sarah was standing just where Fran had left her. "I'm scared." The words were so melodramatic that Fran thought, "She's acting, putting it on. What about?" Then, with a flash of intuition, remembering the conversation from earlier in the day, she added, "Is it Hugh? Look, Jimmy's back in the lighthouse now. You're quite safe. Don't worry about him anyway. He's all bluster and showing off." "Angela's mother shouldn't have come here," Sarah said. "If she hadn't come here, everything would have been all right." "What's Angela's mother got to do with this? What's going on? Sarah? You must tell me." "He'll kill me," Sarah choked, and put the back of her hand to her mouth. At first Fran thought she'd misheard. Then again, thought this was all nonsense, the hysteria of a woman on the edge of a breakdown. "Sarah? What's this about? You must tell Jimmy what you know." She felt impatient, wanting to take Sarah by the shoulders and shake some sense into her. "No!" And the woman repeated more loudly, though still hardly more than a whisper, "He'll kill me." "Then talk to me." A door banged. The door from the flat to the public area of the field centre. Sarah started like an animal at a sudden noise and ran away through the lobby and out into the dusk. Fran stood in the middle of the kitchen. In this domestic setting, with the smell of treacle pudding and steak pie, the theatrical quality of the situation seemed ridiculous. Again she found herself irritated. It was like dealing with an irrational, nervy child. 2 women had already been killed. But surely Sarah was safer in here, surrounded by people, than wandering around outside in the dark. The cliffs, north and west of the lighthouse, were as steep as anywhere on the island. There were jagged splits in the land that let in the sea. Fran could still hear heated voices in the common room. She went to the door, intending to find Jimmy. He needed to know what Sarah had told her, and that she was outside playing the stupid female. But Perez's attention was on Hugh, and as he watched, he marched the younger man towards the bird room. Then Morris appeared, and insisted, with a persistence quite unlike him, that they should talk. She saw the field centre administrator through the open door. He was standing in front of the others in the corridor, and she noticed the hole in the elbow of his sweater, the beads of sweat on his forehead. What was his problem? Didn't he realize Jimmy was busy? She was tempted to call Morris to ask him to help her search for Sarah, but he walked away towards the flat. The bedroom door was closed. Jimmy wouldn't forgive her for interrupting now. It occurred to her that he was about to arrest Hugh for the murders. Fran looked at her watch. 30 minutes until supper, and everything in the kitchen was ready. She'd left her coat and boots in the cupboard next to the larder. She pulled them on and followed Sarah outside. Now it was quite dark. The wind was deceptive, blowing in gusts and swirls around the lighthouse. It was hard to tell exactly which direction it was coming from, but it was cold, so probably from the northwest. Sarah had come out with just a cardigan and soft shoes. Fran swore at her under her breath. I bet she was spoiled as a child. Above her the lighthouse beam swung, regular as a metronome. 3 short flashes and a long one. It lit the outcrops of rock and reflected on the pools of water. She found Sarah sitting by golden water. This was where the trumpeter swan had come to roost, where the bird watchers from the mainland had gathered. Now the pond was empty. In a dip in the land, and sheltered from the gusting wind, the water was calm. Fran spotted Sarah first as the lighthouse beam moved across the landscape, saw her in the flashing light like a primitive cartoon, sheets of paper flicked to bring a character to life. But here there was no movement. Sarah sat quite still. As Fran walked towards her, Wellington squelching in the sodden ground, the clouds broke, and a thin moon partly lit her way. She took off her waxed jacket and put it over Sarah's shoulders. "Come back inside. You'll freeze to death." And for a moment she imagined that the woman was another victim, and that she'd been killed too, because she seemed quite rigid. Fran remembered the body of Angela Moore, stiff with rigor mortis. Her skin had been blue. "Come back inside," Fran said again. "It's all over. Jimmy knows what happened. He's making an arrest now." Stretching the truth, perhaps, but she was freezing, and just wanted to get back to the warm kitchen. Then the woman turned her face to Fran, and with the brown clouds rushing across the moon, and to the beat of the lighthouse beam, she began to speak. The words spilled from her mouth, the whole story told right from the beginning. Fran shivered, and tried to lift Sarah again to her feet. "Come inside. We'll sort it out. We'll help." And along with the cold she felt almost excited, because Sarah had confessed to her, and not to Jimmy. Who's the detective now, Jimmy Perez? This was her own moment of triumph. Chapter 37. Perez ran through the common room, but it was empty. He thought everyone had been embarrassed by the earlier scene and had scattered to their rooms. He stood at the foot of the stairs. The building was quiet. He couldn't bear the thought of marching around the building, dragging them all back like recalcitrant children. After all, there's no hurry, he thought. Where will they go? There's no escape. They'll come down eventually. "I'm sorry, Jimmy," Morris said. "I really have to speak to you." It seemed he'd lost patience, and had refused to wait in the flat any longer. Though looking at his watch, Perez saw it had only been a quarter of an hour since they'd spoken. This evening, time seemed to have stretched. So much had happened since they'd returned to the North Light with the murder weapon, that it appeared that days had passed. "Have you seen Fran?" "She was in the kitchen a moment ago," Morris said. His voice had lost something of its neediness, and had gained a new authority. "You have to know what Angela's mother told me. I think it could be important. Perez weighed up his options. Could he entrust Morris to Sandy? Looking again at the centre administrator, he saw that wouldn't do. Morris would only talk to him. Come into the bird room, then. Sandy, bring everyone into the common room and keep an eye on them there. Everyone, Fran included. I don't want her wandering around on her own. Sandy nodded. At the bird room door, Morris hesitated, and Perez saw he was thinking about his wife. He'd never thought of Morris as an imaginative man, but the picture of Angela, with the knife in her back and the feathers in her hair, would surely remain with him. Knife in the back. The words stuck with Perez for a moment. A metaphor for betrayal, he thought. And he wondered if that was what the murderer had wanted to convey. If, like the feathers, a message had been intended. In that case, did the killer want to be caught? Did he want the world to know what had provoked the act of violence? Stella asked to speak to me alone, because she had information that might lead to Angela's killer. Morris leaned against the windowsill. The wall was 3 feet thick and the glass encrusted with salt. His profile was reflected in it, but it was blurred, made him look like a ghost peering in. More appropriate, surely, to speak to me. It doesn't show Angela in a very good light, Morris said. Stella left the decision to me. Should we go public and ruin her reputation, or keep the information to ourselves and risk the chance that the murderer would go free? And you decided to talk. Perez could tell that this decision hadn't been taken lightly. Morris had been in the flat, worrying away at it all afternoon. But I know already, Perez thought. At least, I've guessed most of it. Vicky's phone call confirmed it. And anyway, how much of the truth are you prepared to tell? He felt a sudden distaste and was impatient for the case to be over. Morris's scruples seemed the worst sort of self-indulgence. There had been too much talk and too much complication. If you scraped away the words and the show, this was all about petty jealousy. In the lobby he heard voices, running footsteps, the outside door being opened and banged shut. I'm sorry, he said. This will have to wait after all. He turned and almost ran from the room, leaving Morris standing bewildered by the window. Perez wondered how he could have allowed himself to be distracted by the man. The story would all come out eventually. Statements would be taken and lawyers would fight over the words. Rona Lang would buy herself a good dinner to celebrate. But tonight, he had an arrest to make, and the evening to spend with the woman he loved. And then tomorrow, he would go out with her on the boat. He'd spent too long cooped up on this lump of rock. How could he have thought he might make his life here? There was nobody in the lobby. He rushed through to the common room. Still it was empty. So quiet that he heard the background chug of the generator. The world outside was briefly lit up by the lighthouse beam. Then it was dark again. Perez had a sudden panic. This was the stuff of nightmares. It ranked with the sensation of falling and with being chased by unknown monsters, with chasing evil spirits that vanished into thin air. Sandy? His voice disappeared in the echoing space of the old building. There were footsteps on the wooden stairs. Sandy yelled down. Sorry, boss. It's like trying to round up a herd of cats. They'll be down in a minute. Routine words, easily spoken. Is everyone accounted for? I think so. But he was trying to please Perez. He didn't know at all. I'm not sure. And Fran? I haven't seen her. Isn't she still in the kitchen? Perez struggled to control his temper, but understood how Ben Catchpole had come to lash out at Hugh. Could I commit murder? Could I stab him in the back in a moment of madness, just because he's so stupid? Didn't he realize Fran was the one person I needed him to look out for? Then reason took over, and guilt. I didn't explain. Do I expect him to be able to read my mind? The kitchen door, which had been open all day, so Perez had managed to catch reassuring glimpses of the women inside, was shut now. When he opened it, the room was empty. There was a big pan of water on the hob, the heat turned off. The smell of cooking, something sweet and appetizing. A pan containing thick custard with a skin on the top. A big colander half full of chopped cabbage. Everything ordinary. Yet again, Perez had the sense of a nightmare continuing. Sometimes he thought terror can be in the everyday. He shouted back to Sandy. "Who exactly did you see upstairs?" "Dougie and Ben." Ben was covered in blood, and Dougie was helping him to clean up. "What about the others?" "I thought they went upstairs. But maybe they came through the kitchen." "Someone went outside," Perez said. "I heard the door." By now, Sandy had picked up his boss's panic. He looked close to tears, and was perfectly aware of his own stupidity, his ability to cause the biggest cock-up in the world. "I'm sorry. I was in the dormitory. I didn't see." In the enclosed space of the yard, Perez was hit by the cold. There was a faint gleam from a moon half covered by cloud, and the bright occasional spot of the lighthouse beam. He ran through the gap in the whitewashed wall, ducking the clothesline on the way, and looked out on the open hill. A thicker cloud covered the moon, and suddenly it was pitch black, the sort of darkness you never get in a city. Then the cloud thinned again, and he made out the silver line of reflected light that was golden water. A woman screamed. Not Fran. He'd have recognized her voice, even as a scream. Thank God, not Fran. He raced towards the sound, tripping over the heather and outcrops of rock, splashing through the bog towards the loch. He was surprised by a movement at his feet, a slow beat of wings, saw a pair of eyes, yellow in the pale moonlight, a short-eared owl flying low over the hill. The lighthouse lens circled, and there was a brief snapshot before the beam moved on. The pool, a pale black drop, very black against it. A man's silhouette, his arm raised. Perez saw the glint of light on metal, like a silent flash of lightning on a stormy night, before everything was dark again. For a second the old curiosity kicked in. Where did he get the knife? Did he pick it up from the kitchen, on the way through? Or is it what he was intending all along? He couldn't allow the woman to speak. The light came back, pulsing and regular as a heartbeat. This time, Perez almost screamed himself, because now the silhouette was moving. The arm slashed and chopped, mechanical as the engine that moved the reflector in the lighthouse. If the killer had begun as a rational man, he'd certainly lost all reason now. How could he do that to his wife, the woman he claimed he adored? More darkness. Behind him, Perez heard someone yelling. Sandy, good. It would take two of them to restrain the man. As he ran, thoughts and images rattled around his head. Sandy was the stronger. Once they had the knife, he could control John Fowler. And then Perez would comfort Fran. He'd hold her, and wrap his jacket around her shoulders, and tell her she would never have to deal with anything like this again. He wouldn't expose her to more violence or danger. Perez thought he would have to resign now. Fran wouldn't like it, but he'd insist. Despite the chase, the stumbling, the gasping for breath, he felt a sudden and immense relief. How strangely the mind worked under stress. So the decision was made. There would be no more police work. That part of his life was over. Sandy was younger and fitter, and had already overtaken him. He must have grabbed a torch on his way out, because the light bounced ahead of them and captured the three people on the shore of the loch. They were posed like a sculpture. One of those pieces in white marble Fran had dragged him to see in a gallery the last time they were south. One figure was standing, one sitting, and one lying. Fowler was standing, and his arm was by his side. He dropped the knife, which was hidden somewhere in the tussocky grass. His head was bent, as if he was praying, and he seemed quite calm. Perez lost his mind for a moment. He heard screaming in his ears and knew it was his own. When he came to, he found himself in a frenzy, scrabbling in the boggy water for the knife. If he'd found it, he would have killed the man. It was only Sandy's voice that brought him to his senses, because the sitting figure was Sarah Fowler, and the statue on the floor, pale and bleeding, was Fran. Sandy was already bending over her, his mobile in his hand, shouting for an ambulance flight. A helicopter. "Just get us a fucking doctor!" Perez took off his jacket, as he'd planned he would, wrapped it around Fran, and held her in his arms. Chapter 38. Wherever she'd been, Fran would have died. They said that, over and over again to Perez, as if he were supposed to find some comfort in it. She could have been stabbed next door to the most well-equipped hospital in the world, and still they wouldn't have saved her. The attack was too violent. And besides, the helicopter did arrive very quickly. Perez remembered very little of that. Flying out with Fran's body, knowing that this wasn't Fran, not essentially, looking down as Fair Isle disappeared beneath them, a scattering of lights marking each of the familiar crofts, wondering suddenly if he'd ever be able to return again, if he'd ever be able to face it. His father was in the helicopter with him. His mother had wanted to be there, but Perez couldn't bear the thought of her fussing. And now, at this moment, for the first time in his life, he thought he had the right to disregard other people's feelings. His father had offered tentatively, "I could come out with you, lad." Suddenly, that was just what Perez needed. The taciturn man with the granite face, flawed but still certain, unsentimental. Then there was lots of waiting about in an office in the Gilbert Bain Hospital, gallons of tea, distant noises, the clang of a tea trolley hitting a metal bedstead, cheerful voices. The doctor, who looked to Perez no more than a teenager, repeated over and over again that there had been nothing they could do. He'd been with the team that had come into Fair Isle in the helicopter. And in the morning, when it was getting light, and James was telling Perez they should go back to the house in Lerwick because Jimmy needed to eat and to rest, the doctor clung on to them, as if he was the bereaved person. And Perez didn't want to go, because somehow this young man, with his acne and his bad breath, was the last link he had to Fran. In the hospital, they'd offered Perez pills to help him sleep, but he'd refused them. He didn't deserve to sleep again. He sat in the narrow kitchen in his house by the water in Lerwick, watching his father frying bacon and eggs. The older man's face was grey. He was exhausted, but his movements were deft. He warmed the plates, flipped the oil over the egg to make sure it was cooked. As soon as the meal was over, he washed the dishes. "Why don't you get some rest?" While his father was lying on Perez's bed, the detective replayed the moments of Fran's death in his head, over and over again, like a film on a loop, maybe thinking that eventually there would be a different ending to the story, knowing that was crazy, but wanting to believe it. Sometime in the afternoon, Sandy turned up at the house. He blamed himself for Fran's death. Perez saw that as soon as he came through the door. He was shaking. "You told me to look after her." He couldn't stop saying that. Not the same words, but meaning the same thing. Why did people feel the need to speak so much? In the end, Perez said, quite roughly, "You weren't holding the knife, man. Give it a rest." So they sat in silence, drinking more tea. Perez would have liked a proper drink, but knew that if he started, he wouldn't be able to stop. "We brought all the witnesses out in the boat," Sandy said. "They're making statements in the station now." He paused. "I wondered if you fancied sitting in. Not to the interviews, of course, and not Fowler. That wouldn't be right. But it's your case." "Worried you'll miss something, Sandy? Worried you might have to take responsibility at last?" His grief was liberating. He'd never been so cruel before to Sandy. Now he felt as if he had license to do or say anything he wanted. Sandy's face went very red, streaky, as if he'd been slapped, and the finger mark still showed. "Aye," he said. "Something like that. But I wanted to give you a chance to be there if you wanted." "Sorry. You're right. I would like to sit in." A lie, of course. He didn't care enough to want anything. But Perez thought it would be better to go with Sandy than stay here as dusk fell, he and his father sitting on either side of the fire, like two lonely old men, not knowing what to say to each other. In the police station, where once he'd been so at home, he felt like a stranger. He was a different person. He saw Fran everywhere, standing behind the custody sergeant at his desk, laughing with his colleagues in the canteen as Perez walked past. He thought, "Is this how it'll be for the rest of my life? I'll be haunted by her." A ghost hadn't made it to the interview room, and for that he was grateful. He tried to focus on the matter in hand in case she slipped under his guard and found him there too. There was a detective Perez didn't recognize, sitting at the desk alongside Sandy. Perez assumed he was from Inverness, maybe even Roy Taylor's replacement. But he didn't care enough to ask. The stranger might as well not have been there. Sandy did all the talking, and he was bloody good, Perez thought, taking a stolen moment of pleasure to think Sandy had been well taught. Perez pulled a seat into a corner. Anyone looking in would have assumed he was sleeping. But he listened, caught up in the stories behind himself. They spoke to Hugh Shaw first. "Tell us about the blackmail," Sandy said. "It'll all come out now. Fowler's talked to us. No point hiding." Hugh stared at Perez, but didn't mention his presence. He slouched across the table towards Sandy. He reminded Perez of the cocky teenagers he'd often picked up in the city. No discipline, no work, believing the world owed them a living. But those young men had grown up on sink estates with little prospect of work. Hugh Shaw didn't have that excuse. "I knew Angela wouldn't miss the money," he said. "She was minted. She made more from one TV documentary than a year's salary at the field centre." "So tell me." "It was all about the slender-billed curlew," Hugh said. "The bird that made her famous." "What about it?" "It was lies. She didn't find it. The fame, the money, the reputation as a great scientist. It was all built on a lie. She stole another man's research." Perez understood why the woman had been so unhappy, why she'd married an older man just for convenience. Her work had been the most important thing in her world, and she'd compromised it. She had no pride left. Perhaps she saw the baby as a chance for a new start, something honest and real. Perhaps it was a biological imperative that had driven her, a desperation to give birth. Fran had been experiencing something of that sort in the last few months. Again, he tried to banish Fran from his mind. "How did you find out?" Sandy leaned across the table towards Shaw, his elbow on the table. "There was a Brit in Tashkent, an expat doing something dodgy with the Russians, but also a birder. We sat in the Rovshan Hotel one night, drinking a local beer and Johnny Walker Black Label, and he told me the whole story. John Fowler had tracked down the curlew population. Angela was looking for the species. She wanted something big to make her name. But he got there first. He found the birds by looking for the food they took, some kind of insect. Mole crickets, Perez thought. Fowler was still trying to interest the scientific world in his story. There'd been a letter saved on his computer, but none of them had recognized the significance. Hugh continued. Fowler was an amateur lister, in a hired car, wandering across the desert, hoping for the big story to make his career as a natural history journalist. He didn't even have a degree. She had a PhD and a research budget, and he beat her to it. But he never got the glory he deserved. Sandy again. That's just what I might have said, Perez thought. You're just speaking my lines. Angela published first. And who was the establishment going to believe? Fowler already had the reputation as a bit of a stringer. Angela made sure nobody took him seriously again by spreading rumours around Shetland about rare birds he was supposed to have claimed. He became a laughingstock. It became his obsession, Perez thought. At first, I thought he was driven by the need to see birds, like the twitchers who piled into Fair Isle to see the swan. But it was about revenge. He blamed Angela Moore for everything that had gone wrong in his life, for the dead baby and the dead marriage, as well as all his lost dreams. So you thought you'd take advantage of the situation? I'd always wanted to visit Fair Isle. I'd run out of money, and my father refused to give me more. Hugh looked up, and Perez saw an attempt at the old smile. Tight bastard. He could have afforded it, so, yeah, I thought it was worth a go. I wasn't greedy, only asked for a couple of grand to tide me over. I didn't expect Fowler to turn up. That must have been a shock to Angela, too. You could say that. Morris took the booking, and suddenly Fowler was there in the common room when she came through to do the log. But Fowler was pleasant to her, polite, calm. He certainly didn't give the impression that he was out for revenge. Maybe she thought he was a good man who wouldn't harbour a grudge. He went to church every Sunday. Perhaps he was into turning the other cheek. She was jittery, though. Everyone thought she was moody because Poppy was staying in the lighthouse, throwing her tantrums. But that wasn't it at all. What I don't understand, Sandy said, and there was something steely in the voice Perez had never heard before. What I really don't understand is why you didn't tell us about this before. 2 women dead, and you knew a man had a motive to kill them? We could have had this cleared up days ago. A 3rd woman need never have died. Hugh gave a little shrug. I didn't know for certain. He must have been aware that Perez looked up at him, stared at him very hard, but he didn't show it. From the beginning he hadn't acknowledged that Perez was there. Besides, as you said, I'd committed blackmail. Not something I was going to own up to. So it wasn't that you considered Fowler another target, Sandy said. Angela was dead. She was no more use to you. But Fowler, he'd committed murder. He'd go on paying for the rest of his life as long as he was free. The smile returned. Really, Sandy? That's guesswork, isn't it? Speculation. You'll never ever know. Ben Catchpole had a graze over his eye, covered by a sticking plaster. He saw Perez immediately and made a move to go over. He would have offered his condolences, said kind words about Fran, but something in the detective's manner deterred him. Not hostility, but a new indifference. Perez felt it in himself. Jimmy's just sitting in, Sandy said easily. I take it you don't mind? He spoke in such a way that it would have been impossible for Ben to object. What was it with you and Shaw? Sandy went on. Scrapping like bairns in the schoolyard? I thought non-violence was your thing, eating lentils and seaweed, saving the planet. It was the tension, Ben said. All of us on top of each other in the lighthouse. But more than that, Sandy said. Surely it was more than that. He looked up. Did you know Angela was carrying your child? It was true, then. Who told you? Not Angela. She didn't say a thing. The words came out hard and bitter. And Perez thought that was what Catchpole minded most, being excluded from Angela's life, completely disregarded. She'd have got rid of the baby without even telling me she was pregnant. So? Who did tell you? Sandy was gentle, prompting. Sure. He said he heard the Fowlers talking. Sarah's a nurse. Perhaps she guessed. Perhaps Angela talked to her. Perez thought then that Hugh Shaw was like some kind of snake, slithering through the lighthouse, listening at doors, spreading his poison. Catchpole looked up at Sandy. Was I the father? We think you must have been. It certainly wasn't Hugh Shaw. Theirs was a purely— Sandy hesitated. Financial arrangement. He told me he slept with her. Aye, well, he would. There was a moment of silence. You never told us, Sandy said, that you'd met Fowler before. He wrote that article for the Times about the Brea protest. It confused us for a while. Was that him? Ben looked surprised. I never met the man. We did an interview over the phone. There were lots of interviews. A coincidence, then? I suppose. Bird-watching's a small world. Like Shetland, Perez thought, sitting in his corner and watching. By now, everyone in the islands will know Fran's dead. There'll be no hiding from their kindness. The best thing to do would be to move south. He thought, with something approaching pleasure, of a grey, anonymous town, a small, tidy room, no clutter, emotional or physical. Sandy was waiting for Ben to leave, but still he sat there. That wasn't my finest hour, he said. The Brea protest. My mother was so proud of me. I'd stood up for what I believed in. She came to court, took me out for a grand meal when it was all over, paid the compensation order. But when they arrested me, the police said I'd most likely go to prison. Just give us the names of the locals who helped, they said, and we'll put in a word with the fiscal for you. I couldn't face prison. So you gave up the names of your friends? Ben nodded. Now at last. He stood to go. This time it was Perez who called him back. I think Angela was glad to be pregnant, he said. It was planned. It was you she chose. She wanted your baby. At that point, Perez decided to leave. Now he knew enough. He couldn't face watching Sandy question Sarah Fowler. It wasn't right that the woman was still alive. She must have known her husband was a killer after the first murder, even if she hadn't realized he'd come to Fair Isle with the intention of stabbing Angela Moore. Perez could understand that Fowler might have nurtured his obsession in secret. He dreamed about his revenge for years and planned it in every detail. He'd arranged the crime scene like a theatrical set, each prop with its own meaning. The knife in the back, symbol of betrayal. The slender-billed curlew feather, the one he'd collected in the desert of Uzbekistan, which would be his proof and his ticket to glory, before Angela had stolen the possibility from him. But once Angela was dead, Sarah Fowler must have known. She'd stood beside her husband in church, singing hymns and pretending to pray. Had she convinced herself that her imagination was playing tricks? That John Fowler was a good man? Or was she so wrapped up in her own grief, the loss of her child, that she didn't care? Hurrying down the corridor away from the interview room, Perez caught a glimpse of her in the distance. She was wearing a long grey cardigan with a hood, which gave her the appearance of a nun. He supposed she was another victim, but at the moment he hated her more than he hated Fowler. Outside he was surprised to find that it was still light, and that there was pale sunshine reflecting on the water in the harbour. Chapter 39. In the house by the shore, his father was asleep in his chair by the fire. He jerked awake when Perez came in, looked around him for a moment, as if he weren't exactly sure where he was.
"Duncan phoned," he said. "Cassie wants to see you."
Perez lay awake for most of the night, thinking about that. He'd agreed to meet the girl, of course. Just now, he'd have done anything for her. But it was the last thing he wanted. Surely she would blame him for her mother's death. He didn't think he could face that. Or the little twisted smile that was just like Fran's. The voice, a bit of Shetland in it after a couple of years at school, but still using Fran's words from the south that sometimes they had to explain to him. They arranged to meet in Lerwick in the Olive Tree, the cafe in the toll clock centre, because it was neutral territory and Fran had liked it there. It had been more her sort of place than his, fancy salads and an arty clientele. She'd said the coffee was to die for. Perez's relationship with her ex-husband Duncan Hunter was awkward. They'd been friends at school, good friends, despite the difference in their backgrounds. Duncan's family came from big Shetland landowners, the closest thing to aristocracy there was in the islands, and he still lived in the big house on the shore at Bray. They'd fallen out before Perez had taken up with Fran, and since then had maintained an uneasy truce for Cassie's sake. Perez worried sometimes when the girl stayed with her father. Duncan drank too much, had a chaotic life of parties and diverse and sometimes dubious business interests. More skeletons in his cupboard than a professor of medicine. Fran had said Cassie needed contact with her father. "You're not jealous, Jimmy, surely?" That twisted grin again. And Perez had admitted that maybe he was jealous. Just a bit. He'd be proud to be considered Cassie's father, and there were times when he'd wished Duncan lived anywhere other than Shetland, so the three of them could form their own family. Today Perez arrived at the cafe half an hour early, the least he could do. He wouldn't want Cassie to have to wait for him. He bought coffee. He didn't recognize any of the patrons. They were probably visitors waiting for the ferry to start boarding. The terminal was just down the road. Lifting the cup to his lips, he found his hands were shaking. He got up to leave. He couldn't face Cassie after all. Duncan would surely understand and make his excuses. He was standing there, poised to make his escape, when Dougie Barr came in, obviously on his way to the ferry too. He had an enormous rucksack on his back, and was strung about with optical equipment. The birdwatcher saw Perez immediately and stood blocking the door, flushed with embarrassment, not wanting to intrude, but feeling it would be rude just to walk away. Perez couldn't bear his discomfort, and gave a little wave to him to put him at his ease. He heard Fran's voice in his head. "What is it with you, Jimmy Perez? Are you some sort of saint?" Reassured, Dougie approached. He said nothing, but he held out his hand. "Tell me," Perez said, "did you know Fowler was a killer?" The question had been bothering him. He'd pondered it in the middle of the night. How widely could he spread responsibility? "No," Dougie was horrified. "I'd have said, honest. I didn't guess about the curlew. I believed the stories Angela made up about Fowler being a stringer. She fooled me too." He paused. "I think it was Hugh. I could tell she didn't like him. That maybe she was even scared of him. Wishful thinking. I couldn't stand the guy." He reached out again and touched Perez's shoulder, then turned and left the cafe. He'd find somewhere else to eat before he boarded the boat. That was when Perez saw Cassie, walking through the shopping arcade, not holding Duncan's hand, but close to him. 6 years old, small for her age, stocky, brown hair cut in a fringe over her eyes. Enormous eyes like a bush baby's, made even bigger because she'd been crying. She saw Perez and rushed towards him, and he swung her into his arms as he always did. Now he clung on to her, as if she were saving him. He was aware of a couple at a nearby table staring, and realized there were tears on his cheeks. The people turned awkwardly away, almost affronted by the emotion. Duncan bought coffee for himself, juice and chocolate cake for Cassie. Fran had never liked Cassie eating too much junk, but Perez swept the thought away. Let the girl have whatever she wanted. "I want to go home," Cassie said. "I've explained it's kind of difficult." Duncan looked at Perez. "We have to sort things out." "I want to go to school. I have to go to school." One way of coping, Perez supposed. Hadn't he gone into work to watch Sandy interview the witnesses? Though now, a couple of days on, he couldn't understand how it had seemed important. "Miss Fraser will understand," Perez said. Miss Fraser was the head teacher at Ravenswick. Had only been there for a couple of years. She and Fran had become friends. "I'm in the play," Cassie said patiently. "I've learned my words." Then, "Jessie will be missing me." Jessie, her best friend, granddaughter of Geordie, who took the visitors out to Moosa in his small boat. "Could you move into the Ravenswick house for a while?" Perez talked to Duncan, but was aware all the time that Cassie was listening. "It would probably be good to have things back to normal. I mean, as normal as we can make them." He was still crying. Wiped his face with his napkin, hoping that Cassie hadn't noticed. "Sure." But there was some uncertainty in Duncan's voice. He travelled a lot for work. Didn't really like to be tied down. "I'll help," Perez said. "Any way I can." "Fran's parents are coming up," Duncan said. "Things will be easier then." But only for a while, Perez thought. It occurred to him that they might want to take Cassie with them back to London. They weren't so old, after all, and Cassie was very fond of them. Perhaps that would be a solution. He knew they wouldn't want to live in the islands. They were city people. But then, might he lose contact with the girl altogether? That evening, back at his small house right by the water in Lerwick, he drank whiskey with his father and worried about Cassie. James was still there. Perez had half-heartedly tried a few times to send him home, and was always relieved when the older man refused. "It'll be good for the crew to manage without me." There was something comforting about the dourness of his father, the solidness of his body and his lack of imagination. Perez had given up his bed to him and slept on the sofa in the living room. It would have been impossible for him anyway to sleep in the bed he'd shared with Fran on occasion. He suspected his father knew that. Perhaps he had some imagination after all. The next day, Rona Lang, the fiscal, called Perez to see her. As always, when he walked into her office, he felt as though he had mud on his boots, that in some way he was contaminating her clean and elegant space. "We have to discuss the case, Jimmy. I know it'll be hard, but it has to be done." No mention of Fran. No soft and easy words. He was grateful for that. Perhaps you're interested anyway. No, he said. It came to him that he hadn't tendered his resignation yet, and that he should do it soon. If he were any sort of cop, he'd have protected Fran. He couldn't be in a position again where he put another life at risk. John Fowler confessed. It was as if she hadn't heard the negative. She smelled faintly of citrus, expensive citrus. She'd done something different to her hair. Perhaps she had a new man. There were always rumours of the fiscal's men. He was happy to talk, but we found a confession on his laptop too. At least, more a series of excuses than a confession. He had no choice, Perez said. Besides, that was what he wanted all the time. To tell his story. You knew it was him? She ordered a pot of coffee and poured him a cup. A gut feeling at the beginning may be, Perez admitted. He looked up and gave the first flash of a smile. He knew what lawyers made of gut feelings. He seemed so uptight, a little strange. And there was the name of his bookshop. Rona looked up sharply. Which was? Numenius Books. It seemed a strange sort of name. I looked it up. Numenius is the scientific name for curlew. But it could have been a coincidence, and we had no evidence, no motive, until the DNA analysis of the feathers. Then I spoke to a few people and found out that Fowler had been travelling in the former Soviet Union at around the same time as Angela. Stella Monkton's confession on her daughter's behalf that Angela had stolen Fowler's research confirmed it, of course. Angela wrote to her about it after asking if they could meet up. Rona leaned back in her chair. Why don't you tell me, Jimmy? In your own way. Perez was tempted to get up and walk out. You know already. Sandy will have done a report. Although the spelling and the grammar will be crap, he'll have set out the details. But he stayed. This was his last case. Might as well see it through for one more time. John Fowler was a writer and a journalist, respected. A freelancer, but he did okay at it and made a good living. It seemed unlikely that he didn't know Angela Moore. They're all obsessive, these bird watchers, and the scientists even more so. Look at Ben Catchpole. They come across an area of research and dig away at it. Perez found himself feeling his way into the skin of the murderer despite himself. He'd spoken to Fowler's former colleagues. Sitting in the kitchen in Springfield, there'd been long telephone conversations about the man's state of mind. This was Fran's killer. But Perez had never really believed in monsters. To dismiss Fowler as a monster would be to let him off the hook. It was better to understand him and force him to take responsibility. After Angela published the work on the slender-billed curlew, everything went wrong for him, Perez went on. He lost his credibility. He tried to persuade a few people that the find was his. But who would believe him? It would be much harder to promote a middle-aged man with a reputation for claiming rare birds that had never existed. Everyone had a vested interest in dismissing his claim. He gave up work as a journalist and set up the bookshop. He told everyone he needed to de-stress. Did he see a psychiatrist? The fiscal looked up sharply from the paper where she was making notes. Is he fit to plead? Perez shrugged. It seemed to him that anyone who had killed 3 women could be considered insane. He blamed himself. I knew. I should have stopped it. He came to Fair Isle with the intention of killing Angela Moore, Rona Lang went on. It was premeditated, planned. He didn't lash out in a jealous rage. Not manslaughter due to diminished responsibility. They can't go for that. But jealousy had been at the heart of it, Perez thought. A slow-burning fury that had consumed Fowler, taking over his thoughts and his dreams, destroying him. Destroying the women who had stood in his way. Was that illness? Luckily, it wasn't for Perez to decide. "Go on, Jimmy," the Fiscal said, making some effort to control her impatience. "Let's hear the rest of the story." He looked up, and for a moment he wanted to hit out at the smooth, expensively made-up face. This was just work to her. Work and ambition. She'd take his words and use them to make herself seem clever. "Why, you already know." "What am I, your performing monkey?" The outburst shocked her. "I'm sorry, Jimmy. Is this too soon? Do you want to stop?" He shook his head fiercely. He couldn't bear her pity. "So, it was all about a bird," Perez continued, as if the exchange between them had never occurred. "Slender-billed curlew. Some scientists thought it was extinct. You wouldn't think it could generate so much passion. But I watched the bird watchers come into Fair Isle for an American swan, and I saw how mad they could be. Some of them almost in tears when they realized they could have missed it. And for Fowler, it wasn't just a hobby. It was his work. It was about respect, proving himself worthy of his job in journalism. So he found this curlew before Angela Moore did, but she claimed the credit? Rona looked at her watch. Her sympathy hadn't lasted for long. Perez thought the Fiscal just wanted the facts. She'd never been much interested in the background. That's what social workers were invented for, Jimmy. He worked out where he thought the birds might be breeding, said Perez. Something to do with the insects they feed on. He looked at the maps, sought out likely search areas. They call it ground truthing. Perez had liked the idea of ground truthing when he'd heard about it. Thought it was a useful concept in policing. It was about testing theories, keeping it real. Now he wondered how it could have excited him. It was an irrelevance. It must have been galling for him to miss out on the credit, Lang said, showing some understanding at last. She would understand about professional jealousy. Perez had never met anyone quite so ambitious. The woman became a real celebrity as a result of that book. Of course. Perez imagined Fowler trying to keep his business afloat, but everywhere he was hearing of Angela Moore's success, while he scratched a living taking orders for books over the internet, meeting up with the occasional eccentric in his shop. Angela was on the television every 5 minutes. Warden of Fair Isle, the most prestigious field centre in the UK. Of course it ate away at him. That should have been him. He woke up thinking about it, and he dreamed about it at night. Rona raised her eyebrows. Perhaps she was thinking that Perez knew something about obsession. He must wake up thinking about Fran dying in the dark on Fair Isle, and no doubt he dreamed about it too. Did the wife know what was going on? I still haven't decided how we should charge her. I've been thinking about that. And it was true. Of all the aspects of the case, this was the one that haunted him most. Sometimes he saw Sarah as a figure like Lady Macbeth, the malign influence behind Fowler, feeding him poison, persuading him with her words and her unhappiness that Angela deserved to die. Had she lured Fran out of the lighthouse so Fowler could kill her? At other times he saw Sarah as a victim. I don't think she was unhappy when Angela died. She was desperate for a child. They'd been through the stress of IVF and then lost a baby late in pregnancy. Angela was pregnant. Sarah was jealous, too. What a couple the Fowlers must have been, Perez thought. Both of them wrapped up in their disappointment and envy. How did they live their lives? By making small efforts at conversation and normality? Bizarrely, he found himself wondering if John and Sarah ever had sex at the end. There was something almost sensual in the way the women's bodies had been displayed. Another example of John Fowler's odd repression. Sarah Fowler knew about Angela's pregnancy? Rona's question startled Perez, brought him back to the tasteful room with the high ceiling and the photographs of old sailing ships on the walls. The immediacy of the investigation. I think so, he said. Hugh Shaw claims he heard the Fowlers discussing it. She trained as a nurse, and she'd be hypersensitive, wouldn't she, when she longed so much for a baby herself? He found himself wondering if Rona Lang had ever wanted a child. Do you know who the father was? Ben Catchpole, Perez said. The timing doesn't work for anyone else. I can understand why Fowler killed Moore. Rona reached out and took a piece of shortbread from the white china plate. She seemed disappointed in herself, as if she'd given in to a terrible temptation. It seemed to Perez that she had a strange attitude to food. Did she maintain her figure because she was on a perpetual diet, or was it all about self-control? She went on. At least I can just about understand it as an elaborate act of revenge conceived by a twisted mind. But he had nothing against Jane Latimer. That was to do with survival, Perez said. It was clear from the beginning that Jane was killed because she'd decided Fowler was the killer. I think she was playing detectives. She liked puzzles. A dangerous game? The fiscal licked her index finger and scooped up a biscuit crumb from the plate. The keys to the lighthouse tower were kept in the kitchen, Perez said. That's where Fowler went to watch people moving around the island. Jane might have seen him take them or replace them. She searched his room. There was the draft of his original article about the possible search area for the curlew. He'd brought it with him to confront Angela. She'd been reading it in the bird room and was frantic when Fowler took it back. Of course, she didn't want anyone else to read it. It meant nothing to us, but Jane had spent a season in the field centre and understood the implication of it. He paused. He tried to imagine Jane's exhilaration when she'd thought she'd put together the pieces. When was she planning to tell him? She wasn't foolish enough to confront Fowler with her suspicions. Rona looked at her watch again. How much time had she allowed him? When was her next meeting due to begin? No. Fowler went back to the North Light when Jane wasn't expecting him. I think he saw her searching his things. It was partly my fault. It was the morning Angela's body went out on the helicopter. I sent Sarah and Fowler away from the hall where I was conducting the interviews and told them to come back later. You can see into all the bedrooms as they come into the centre. The ground's a bit higher there, and there's a perfect view into the rooms of the first floor. Jane wouldn't have expected them back so soon. He killed her, Rona said. Just for that? By then, Perez said, he'd lost all reason and all perspective. Perhaps she gave something of her suspicion away. The bookshop name would have intrigued her too, and I'm sure she would have looked it up. Perhaps in his mind she was implicated in Angela's betrayal just by being part of the field centre. The fact that the crime scene was decorated with feathers would indicate that. Fowler watched her from the lighthouse tower and saw her go towards the pond. Jane knew Angela used it as a place to take her men and to keep her secrets. I guess she hoped to find more evidence of Fowler's guilt there. He picked up a pillow from the laundry room, stuffed it into his day sack, and hurried over the hill after her. At least, I'm guessing that's what he did. You know more about it than I do. What does Sandy's report say? You're right, Rona said. Of course you're right. You're the best detective I've ever worked with, Jimmy. She looked up at him before continuing. What happened then? Perez thought he knew, but suddenly he was tired of talking. This wasn't his story. He forced out the words. He found Jane in the loft. I suppose she was searching for letters, a diary, anything that would give more details of Angela's fraud. That's where he killed her. Rona turned over a printed report on her desk and read from Fowler's confession. It was very quick. She must have heard my footsteps coming up the ladder behind her. But she didn't even have time to turn round. I like to think she wouldn't have suffered. "That's not true," Perez said angrily. "There were defense wounds on her hands and arms. She fought him off, and of course she suffered. I even think he enjoyed that. He didn't have to kill Fran. He must have realized it was all over for him by then." He paused. "He killed Jane with a knife he'd taken from the kitchen." "You must hate him, Jimmy." Perez ignored the observation. He felt drained, and he wanted this over as soon as he could. He thought almost with pleasure of his house by the shore, where his father would be waiting with a bottle of whiskey and a simple meal. Angela had told Stella Monkton that she'd stolen Fowler's research, Perez said, and I think Angela did have scruples where her academic work was concerned, and she regretted it. When Stella came into Fair Isle, she passed on the information to Morris. He could decide what was most important, to destroy Angela's reputation or use information that might lead to her killer. He decided to tell you. Yes. Perez looked up at her. "If I'd listened to him sooner, Fran might be alive." "You can't believe that, Jimmy." "Oh, yes," she said. "I can." He looked up at her. "Of course I've decided to give up my job. I can't face this responsibility anymore, and every day I'd be reminded of her." "What will you do?" She didn't try to talk him out of it. She could see his mind was made up. "Something useful," he said. "Practical. I'll make furniture or keep sheep." It wasn't as if he needed much money. Now he only had himself to care for. "You'll always be a detective, Jimmy. In your heart, you're too curious to walk away from things." He didn't know what to say to that. "Will you go home to Fair Isle to live?" she asked. He answered immediately, "Oh, no. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to go back there." Chapter 40. Yet 2 days later he found himself on the Good Shepherd on his way home. He still wasn't quite sure how he'd allowed himself to be persuaded. He'd arrived back at his house by the harbour after the interview with Rona Lang, exhausted. It was as if he'd relived the nightmare days on the island. He felt again the claustrophobia, and the tension hit him as a headache, so fierce that he could hardly see. His father had greeted him with a small whiskey that had become a habit. They both allowed themselves just the one. "Your mother phoned?" "Oh, aye." Mary phoned every evening. She'd been a bit earlier than usual, but that was hardly worthy of comment. "She wants us home." That was hardly worthy of comment either. Mary liked her men around her. She thought they were incapable of caring for themselves. "You go if you like," Perez said. In fact, he felt a sudden panic. Left to himself, he thought he would sink into a depression he'd never get out of. But in the end, he thought, did that really matter? And his father couldn't live with him forever. The Shepherd crew would need their skipper back, and though it wasn't a busy time for the craft, there was always work to do. "You come," James said. "Just for a day. We'll make sure you get off on the plane on Wednesday. One night. You can stand that?" In the end, Perez hadn't found the energy to fight them. His father drove them south to Grotness, in Perez's car. They had to pass Fran's house in Ravenswick. Could see it down the bank. Hunter's 4x4 wasn't there. Perez hoped Cassie was in the school close to the beach. that somehow with her friends and her teacher she was coping. "That's where Fran lived," Perez said. "That little house, the old chapel."
"Do you want to stop?"
"No." He thought Fran's parents might be inside. He got on with them well enough. They were friendly, intelligent. But he couldn't think what he might say to them. They left a message on his phone asking if he'd ring them, but he hadn't responded. He couldn't imagine what might be worse, that they blamed him openly for their daughter's death, or that, prompted by their liberal principles, they were sympathetic and understanding. The shepherd was already at the jetty when they arrived. The crew were loading sacks of mail from the post van and boxes of vegetables for the shop. They stopped when they saw Perez, and one by one put their arms around him. No words needed. It was a chilly afternoon with a bit of a northerly breeze, but fine enough for him to sit outside on the deck all the way across. James took his place in the wheelhouse, and Perez watched Fair Isle approaching over the water with something like dread. Mary met them at the North Haven with the car. Morris and Ben were there to unload the boxes for the field centre. Ben had flown back to the Isle as soon as the police in Lerwick had finished with him. He and Morris were the only people left in the North Light. There would be no more visitors now until the spring. The men had shared the woman who had dominated their lives. Now they seemed to have negotiated a way of living together. Perez thought he should ask Morris about Poppy. Had she settled back into life at school? What had happened with the unsuitable relationship? But he wasn't sufficiently interested to make the effort to form the question. These days, he didn't bother if folk thought him rude. At home, Mary made them tea. She looked as if she'd been baking for days, all his favourites. They took their usual places at the table and sat for a moment, looking out over the South Harbour. Perez sensed his mother was building up to say something. He thought, "Oh, please, not a speech about Fran, not a plea for me to come home to live." If that happened, he'd have to walk away. Otherwise he'd say something he'd regret later. They sat in an awkward silence, until James nodded towards his wife, prompting her to get on with it. This was something his parents had cooked up between them. "I need to show you this." Mary set a big notebook in front of him. It was Fran's sketchpad. She'd been working in it all the time they were on the island. Notes and doodles and ideas for paintings, including the picture of Sheep Rock she'd planned to make for his parents. Perez was relieved. They'd found the book and thought he would want it as a memento. Then worried that it might upset him. No big deal. Nothing he couldn't handle. He'd found scraps of her work all over his house. There'd be more in her place in Ravenswick. One day, perhaps, he'd collect her stuff together, have an exhibition in the Herringhouse Gallery in Bidester. "I was tempted just to throw it away," Mary said, "but James said I shouldn't. He said we should leave the decision to you." She opened the book and turned the pages, put it back on the table again. It was a page of writing, large and bold and obviously Fran's, done in charcoal. She'd often left notes for him in the kitchen at Ravenswick in exactly the same form. "Just dropping Cass at Duncan's. Wine in the fridge. Can you make a start on supper?" For a moment he couldn't bring himself to read it. It brought her so close to him, made him realize all over again what he'd lost. And when he did read it, he could hear her speaking in his head, making a joke, but serious at the same time. "To whom it may concern, in the event of my sudden death, for example, in that bloody little plane, or if the boat should capsize, I entrust my daughter Cassandra to the care of James Alexander Jimmy Perez. He thinks of her as his own, and I can think of nobody better to look after her." Then came the signature that Scottish art experts and gallery owners would recognize. That was it. 2 sentences. Perez could hear the gulls calling outside. He said nothing. Had Fran realized that he thought of Cassie sometimes as a replacement for his unborn child? They'd never discussed it. Too mawkish, he thought. Too daft. "I think it's too much to ask," Mary said crossly. "To become legal guardian of another man's child? Besides, Hunter would never stand for it. Just tear this up. Who would know?" For a moment Perez was tempted. This was the last thing he wanted, not because he didn't care for Cassie. He adored her now more than ever. She was all he had left of Fran. But because the only way he could cope with the gut-wrenching guilt was to become dead himself. Not to feel, not to think. You couldn't bring up a child if you were emotionally dead. "I'd know," he said. And he thought Hunter would stand for it. He was a pragmatic man, not given to sentiment. He loved Cassie, but he wouldn't want to wash her clothes or clean up her snotty nose if she had a cold. And it made sense in another way. The alternative would be for Fran's parents to take Cassie south with them, and Hunter wouldn't want that either. It would be a muddle, and Perez would have to involve Hunter again in his life, in a way that would be a daily penance. But they could make it work. He took the paper from his mother's hands. "It's the least I can do for Fran. Don't you think?" It was almost as if he'd been in court, and a life sentence had been handed down. He felt the relief of reparation, but the pain of facing the real world again. For him there could be no escape into drink or manual labour, no turning wood or keeping sheep. He'd keep his job, to provide for Cassie. There'd be no involvement this time in his work, though. No empathy. Jimmy Perez, the detective, was coming back to life. But he'd be a harder, less forgiving man. You have been listening to Blue Lightning. It was written by Ann Cleeves and read by Gordon Griffin. Other recordings by Ann Cleeves include Red Bones, White Nights, and Hidden Depths. This has been a Soundings Audiobooks presentation. If you've enjoyed this production, please write to us at Isis House, Kings Drive, Whitley Bay, Tyne and Weir, NE 262JT, or call 0191 253 4155, and you'll be sent a full list of our recordings.